Tonight, we are stepping into the warm, smoky heart of a Viking longhouse, a place where the wind screams across frozen fjords outside, but inside, everything feels strangely safe, heavy, and sleep-inducing. Imagine the kind of comfort that could knock you out faster than a tired seal wrapped in wool. That is the world we are entering. We are going to explore why people of the Viking Age, yes, the same people often remembered for ships, axes, raids, and dramatic sagas, may have had some of the most deeply natural sleep routines in human history. And honestly, if you were dropped into one of their nights, you might not last more than a few minutes before drifting off. The fire, the darkness, the cold air, the heavy blankets, the quiet breathing of people around you. It all worked together like an ancient sleep machine. So before we go further, settle in. Dim the lights. Let the room around you become softer. Maybe turn on a quiet fan, or let some gentle background noise hum nearby. Tonight's journey begins far in the north, in a snowy clearing somewhere in what we would now call rural Norway. The air is sharp and clean. It carries the scent of pine trees, cold earth, and distant salt from the sea. Above you, the sky is dark blue, almost black, scattered with stars that look carved into frozen glass. In the middle of this stillness stands a Viking longhouse, low and strong, almost like a sleeping animal crouched against the winter. Its walls are made of thick timber. The roof is heavy with thatch and frost. Smoke rises slowly from the vents, curling into the night. When you duck through the low doorway, warmth wraps around you immediately. It is not the dry, perfect warmth of a modern heater. It is deeper than that. Fire warmth, body warmth, animal warmth. The kind of heat that feels lived in. A Viking home was not simply a rough shelter where people collapsed after surviving another brutal day. These houses were carefully shaped around survival, comfort, and community. Inside, there was usually one large central hall. Along the sides were raised wooden platforms that worked as benches during the day and sleeping spaces at night. Down the middle, the hearth stretched like the glowing spine of the building. The fire was rarely allowed to disappear completely. It was kept low, alive, and breathing through the night. Not roaring wildly, not choking the room with smoke, but smoldering enough to hold back the cold. The air smelled of burning wood, wool, smoke, dried herbs, and maybe a little livestock from the far corner. Somewhere nearby, a goat might be breathing heavily in its sleep, doing its part as a living heater, and already the atmosphere begins to pull you downward. Your shoulders loosen, your thoughts slow. The longhouse seems built not only to protect people from winter, but to guide them gently into rest. Here is the surprising thing. Viking life was harsh. People worked with their bodies constantly. They rode through icy water, chopped wood, farmed tough soil, repaired tools, carried heavy loads, and sometimes faced real danger from enemies or weather. But even in that demanding world, sleep was not treated like wasted time. Sleep mattered. It was necessary. It was respected. After sunset, there were no electric lights cutting through the dark, no glowing screens, no messages arriving from distant places, no city noise, no street lamps, No artificial day stretching deep into the night. There was only darkness, real darkness, and the soft orange pulse of fire. That kind of darkness changes the body. It tells the mind to slow down. It tells the eyes there is nothing left to chase. It lets the body's natural rhythm take over. By evening, the whole household began shifting into a slower state. Candles or oil lamps flickered in small corners. Children curled up close to their parents or grandparents, listening to stories of Thor, giants, sea spirits, strange dreams, and old family memories. There was no rush to isolate everyone into separate rooms. Privacy meant something different. It might mean a fur curtain, a carved divider, or a little personal corner on a sleeping platform. But sleep itself was shared. People slept near their kin, close enough to feel warmth, hear breathing, and know they were not alone in the dark. In a dangerous world, this was not just cozy. It was practical. It was emotional. It was survival. And the Vikings understood layers. Not only layers of clothing, but layers of bedding. Wool blankets, animal hides, fur pelts, and sometimes feather-filled cushions were arranged carefully to hold warmth through the night. A hide beneath you blocked the cold rising from the wooden planks. Wool over you trapped body heat. Fur added weight, softness, and insulation. If you were wealthy enough, perhaps you had a pillow stuffed with feathers, something simple but deeply luxurious in that world. Picture yourself lying down after a long day. Your body is sore in the satisfying way that comes from real work. Your stomach is full of stew, barley bread, maybe a little warm drink. The fire cracks softly. Around you, people are settling into their places. Someone sighs. Someone whispers the last sentence of a story. The wind pushes against the walls, but it cannot reach you. That is the Viking night. Not silent, not private, not polished, but deeply restful. Of course, historians still debate how universal this comfort really was. Wealthier households would have had better bedding, more furs, better platforms, and perhaps feather-filled cushions. Poorer families may have slept on straw, rougher hides, or simpler wool. But even in humbler homes, warmth at night was not optional. In the North, comfort was not decoration. It was survival technology. What seems clear is that the Viking sleeping environment was designed around several powerful things: darkness, shared warmth, natural materials, rhythmic sound, and the absence of artificial interruption. Night was not something to conquer. It was a pause, a necessary descent into recovery. Listen closely to the sound of that longhouse. There is no traffic, no plumbing, no refrigerator humming in the next room. Instead, you hear timber creaking softly as it settles, the wind moving across the roof, the slow breath of sleeping people, the faint shifting of animals nearby. A dog might twitch in a dream. A log might collapse into embers with a small hiss. These are not distractions. They are signals of safety. Many Viking homes kept animals close, sometimes even sharing parts of the same structure. This was not because people had no sense of separation. It was because animals produced heat, and heat mattered. A cow, goat, sheep, dog, or cat could make the difference between a freezing corner and a bearable night. So that snoring goat in the corner is not just background comedy, it is part of the heating system. Everything in the Viking night followed rhythm. Daylight was for labor, travel, crafting, cooking, hunting, repairing, and surviving. Darkness was for fire, food, stories, dreams, closeness, and rest. Nobody expected you to be productive at midnight. Nobody was demanding that you answer a message, finish a task, or stay awake proving your discipline. Night had a boundary. When the sun vanished, life changed shape. You find your place on one of the raised platforms. Maybe an old woman wrapped in fur is still telling a quiet tale about spirits in the sea. Maybe a warrior nearby is already snoring so deeply he sounds like distant thunder. You pull the blanket over your chest. The wool is heavy. The fur smells faintly of smoke and earth. You watch a glowing ember collapse into ash, and your eyes begin to close. This is how a Viking night begins. Not with stress, not with scrolling, not with resistance, but with surrender. Sleep is not an enemy. Sleep is the natural ending of a day fully spent. And now let us look even more closely at the space itself, because the Viking longhouse was not just cozy by accident. It was designed for sleep in ways that feel surprisingly clever, even today. The longhouse does not simply feel warm. It is engineered to protect warmth. As you move quietly across the wooden floor, the fire still murmurs in the central hearth. On both sides of the room, those long raised platforms stretch along the walls. By day, they are places to sit, work, mend tools, weave, sort food, or talk. By night, they become beds. There are no separate bedrooms, no private master suite, no closed door with a lock, no sign asking not to be disturbed. The entire household shares one breathing chamber, and within that chamber, sleep becomes a communal act. The platforms are raised for a reason. Cold settles low. Drafts move near the floor. By sleeping slightly above ground level, the body avoids the worst of the chill. But the platforms are not so high that they lose the heat radiating from the hearth. It is a careful balance, high enough to stay out of the cold, low enough to remain in the warmth. One side of the longhouse might be used by the main family, parents, children, grandparents, perhaps an aunt or uncle. The other side might hold servants, hired workers, visiting relatives, guests, or even animals during especially cold weather. Sections might be marked by beams, curtains, boxes, or simple divisions. It was not privacy in the modern sense, but it gave people a sense of place. In this world, sleeping close together was normal. More than normal. It was wise. Bodies produced warmth. Families created safety. The sound of others nearby calmed the nervous system long before anyone had a scientific name for that. Before bed, the household prepared the sleeping spaces. Heavy wool blankets were unfolded. They were not light, silky, decorative throws. They were thick, practical, scratchy, insulating, and valuable. Then came the animal pelts. Sheep, fox, elk, bear, reindeer, depending on the region and wealth of the household. These were arranged carefully, not tossed randomly. The goal was to trap heat, block drafts, and create enough softness for tired bones. Some households had cushions or pads stuffed with feathers. Archaeological finds suggest that feathers were used in bedding in parts of Scandinavia, especially among those with higher status. A feather-filled pillow or mattress pad would have been a prized thing. It took labor to collect, clean, stitch, and maintain. It was not a casual purchase. It was craft, comfort, and wealth combined. Lighting inside the longhouse was low and gentle. Oil lamps, often made from stone or simple clay, produced a small, warm flame. Animal fat candles might flicker in niches or corners. There was just enough light to see faces, hands, bedding, and the carvings on wood overhead. Not enough to keep the mind alert. Not enough to trick the body into thinking it was still day. Those carvings mattered too. Viking woodwork often carried symbols. Animals, serpents, protective shapes, mythic patterns, perhaps ravens, dragons, or signs connected to gods and ancestors. Above your sleeping place, you might see figures meant to guard the household or remind you of stories older than anyone in the room. In the dim light, they seem to shift and move with the shadows. The sleeping platforms also reflected status. The warmest place, closest to the hearth, was often reserved for elders, household heads, honored guests, or people who needed extra protection from the cold. Children might sleep closer to adults, tucked into safer areas, wrapped between bodies like small bundles of heat. The farther you were from the fire, the colder the air became. So in winter, location mattered. You definitely wanted to be on good terms with whoever controlled the sleeping arrangements. People also kept personal items near their sleeping space. A carved wooden box might hold a comb, small tools, jewelry, charms, or tokens. A person might hang an amulet above the bed, perhaps a Thor's hammer symbol for protection, or another charm meant to guard dreams. Some finds suggest that people took the spiritual side of sleep seriously. The night was not empty. Dreams could carry meaning. Darkness could invite things in. Protection mattered. What is especially fascinating is how easily the space changed from daytime to nighttime. During the day, the platforms were active, practical places. Someone might sit there repairing clothing. Someone else might sharpen a blade, sort wool, carve bone, or mend a net. Baskets, tools, and blankets might be stacked nearby. But as the light faded, the same space transformed. Tools were pushed aside. Bedding was laid down. The fire was banked. Voices softened. The longhouse shifted from workroom to sleeping chamber. Ventilation was another important part of the design. With a central fire burning and many people breathing in one space, air had to move. Viking builders used smoke holes, roof vents, small openings near the gables, and the natural height of the roof to help smoke rise and escape. There were no modern chimneys in the way we understand them, but there was practical knowledge passed down through generations. The goal was not perfect clean air. It was balance. Keep enough smoke moving upward. Keep enough heat inside. Let the fire live. Let people breathe. Historians still debate how smoky these houses actually were. Some argue that by modern standards, the air would have felt harsh, especially during winter when vents were partly closed to preserve warmth. Others believed the high ceilings and airflow kept most smoke above the level where people slept. Either way, the atmosphere was nothing like a modern sterile bedroom. It was darker, smokier, earthier, and probably more intense, but also strangely calming. No blue light, no sudden notifications, no glowing alarm clock. Just ember light, warm shadows, slow breathing, and a room full of life settling into rest. The sleeping platforms were not just flat boards either. Many had raised edges or box-like frames to keep bedding from sliding off. This mattered when several people shared a space. If you were sleeping beside children, a dog, and a cousin who turned over like a collapsing shield wall, you did not want your fur blanket slipping onto the cold floor in the middle of the night. Imagine lying there now. The fur is tucked beneath your chin. Your back is supported by layers of wool and hides. The fire's warmth reaches you in waves. Someone nearby shifts, but does not wake. The wooden beams above you creak softly in the wind. And you realize this comfort is not luxury in the modern sense. It is something older and more physical. Warmth, proximity, rhythm, familiarity, protection. That is what the Viking sleep space offered. It was not designed for aesthetic perfection. It was designed to keep bodies alive, rested, connected, and ready for the next day. And maybe that is why it feels so powerful even now. It was practical comfort, not decorative comfort. Now let us move even closer, from the house and platform to the actual materials that touch the body. Because Viking bedding was not random. It was a carefully layered world of wool, fur, feathers, straw, herbs, and smoke. And some of it may have been cozier than what many of us sleep with today. Pull the blanket higher around your shoulders. It is not smooth factory cotton. It is dense wool, woven by hand, thick and slightly rough, carrying the earthy smell of sheep and lanolin. Lanolin, the natural oil in wool, made the fabric resistant to moisture and excellent at holding warmth. It may have smelled a little wild, but it worked beautifully. Wool was one of the great sleep materials of the Viking world. Sheep were common across Norse settlements, and their wool was essential. The same material could become clothing, blankets, sails, padding, trade goods, and survival gear. Spinning and weaving took enormous labor, much of it done by women, and a single heavy blanket represented many hours of work. These were not light modern blankets. They were thick, strong, and built to last. In cold climates, that weight became part of the comfort. A heavy wool blanket presses down on the body, grounding it. Today, people talk about weighted blankets as a modern sleep tool. The Vikings had their own version, made from necessity rather than trend. Then came fur. Fur was not only for the wealthy, though richer households certainly had better and more impressive pelts. Fur was insulation. It could be laid underneath the body, wrapped over the top, or used as an extra layer during deep winter. Bear skins were prized because they were large and extremely warm. Reindeer, elk, sheep, wolf, and fox could all provide useful bedding, depending on location and access. The hair side often faced inward, toward the sleeper, trapping a pocket of warm air close to the body. Combined with wool, it created an effective barrier against cold. Some people may have used stitched hides, almost like early sleeping bags, lined with wool or stuffed with softer material. In the harshest weather, this was not indulgence. It was how you lived through the night. If you had wealth, status, or luck, your sleeping arrangement might include wool beneath you, fur above you, feathers under your head, and another warm body nearby. That combination could make even a freezing longhouse feel like a nest. Feathers deserve their own moment. Not every Viking slept on feather bedding, but those who did had something special. Finds from burial contexts show that feather-stuffed cushions existed in Scandinavian regions. Down from ducks or geese could be used to create pillows or soft pads. These items were handmade, carefully stitched, and probably treasured. A feather pillow was not just comfort. It was wealth, care, and domestic skill. It may even have been passed down or included as part of household goods during marriage arrangements. In that sense, bedding was not simply private. It had social value. But not every bed was soft and luxurious. Many people, especially in poorer homes, likely used straw, hay, dried grass, or even moss as bedding filler. That may sound uncomfortable now, but with wool or sheepskin layered over it, it could become surprisingly serviceable. It was practical, replaceable, and available. If it became dirty, damp, or infested, it could be changed out. Viking comfort was not about perfection. It was about using whatever the land provided intelligently. There is also the matter of scent. A Viking bed may have smelled much better than you expect. Not like perfume, but like smoke, wool, herbs, forest, animals, and clean, cold air. Bedding might be dried or lightly smoked near the hearth, which helped remove moisture and added a woodsy smell. Herbs such as juniper, thyme, yarrow, or other local plants may have been used to freshen sleeping areas or discourage pests. Imagine settling into bedding that smells faintly of pine smoke, sheep's wool, dried herbs, and winter air. It is not modern hotel cleanliness. It is something more primal, more grounded. The kind of smell that tells your body, shelter, fire, people, safety. Textiles were a major part of Norse life. Weaving was not a small domestic hobby. It was essential technology. Large upright looms stood in homes. Making cloth took skill, time, strength, and patience. Wool fabric could be so valuable that in some places it functioned almost like currency. Cloth could pay debts, mark wealth, or become part of legal exchange. So when you lie under a Viking blanket, you are not just lying under fabric. You are lying under weeks of work. Someone sheared the sheep. Someone cleaned the wool. Someone spun thread. Someone wove it. Someone repaired it. Someone kept it dry. Every layer around you carries labor, and that gives the comfort a different weight. Scholars continue to debate how widely feather bedding and rich fur layers were available. Some argue that only elites enjoyed the most comfortable versions. Others point out that even ordinary households would have prioritized warmth, especially where winters were dangerous. The exact bedding varied, but the principle did not. Layer, insulate, share heat, preserve warmth. Now picture yourself again on that sleeping platform. Beneath you is a firm pad of wool or straw softened by hide. Over you is a heavy blanket. Your head rests on something simple but supportive. The fire sends warmth in slow pulses through the room. Your body feels the work of the day fading into the bedding. There is no synthetic softness, no perfect mattress, no sterile sheet set. But there is real comfort. The kind of comfort that tells your bones they can stop holding themselves upright. This was how Viking sleep worked at its most intimate level. It was not only about closing the eyes. It was about being physically held by the world around you. By wool, by fur, by fire, by family, by craftsmanship, by the rhythms of cold and warmth. Sleep rebuilt the body after labor. It calmed the mind after danger. It carried dreams, memory, and maybe even messages from the unseen world. Every blanket, every hide, every feather, every ember had a role in that nightly transformation. You close your eyes again, wrapped in the smell of wool and smoke. The longhouse breathes around you. Somewhere, someone whispers one last word before sleep. Outside, snow presses against the walls. Inside, warmth gathers and stays. And for a moment, it is easy to believe that the Vikings may have understood rest better than we do. The fire has burned lower now. What was once a bright, active flame has settled into a deep orange glow beneath blackened logs. But even in this quieter state, it remains the heart of the longhouse. Everything around it seems to breathe with its rhythm. The walls, the shadows, the people, even the sleeping animals tucked into the corners. Tonight, you fall asleep watching the flames twist and shrink, throwing soft light across beams carved with old symbols and half-remembered stories. For the Vikings, fire was not just a tool. It was not only warmth or light or a way to cook food. Fire was the center of the home. It shaped the house, the evening, the sleeping arrangement, and even the body's sense of time. So here you are, stretched out beside the long central hearth that runs through the hall, almost like a glowing spine. It is very different from the neat fireplaces we imagine today. This is not a tidy brick box set into a wall. It is a long, shallow fire pit built directly into the floor, fed with thick logs, kindling, and carefully managed embers. Before sleep, someone banks the fire. The goal is not to let it roar wildly. A roaring fire wastes fuel and throws sparks. Instead, the household wants a slow, steady heat, a fire that breathes rather than shouts. Someone, often an elder or an early riser, may tend the coals during the night. A log is moved. Ash is shifted. A small flame is encouraged back to life if the room grows too cold. The fire is never fully gone. Even in warmer seasons, the hearth remains important. It is practical, yes, but also emotional. A dead hearth means vulnerability. A living hearth means the house still has a pulse. And this is where Viking sleep becomes especially interesting. The fire did more than keep people warm. It helped guide the body toward rest. Modern people talk about circadian rhythms, blue light, melatonin, and sleep hygiene. Vikings had none of that language, but they had something powerful: firelight. Firelight is naturally warm in color: red, amber, gold. It is low, flickering and gentle on the eyes. It does not attack the brain the way bright artificial light does. It does not shout, "Stay awake." Instead, it slowly tells the body that the day is ending. The transition from sunlight to flame to embers created a natural descent into sleep. There were no electric bulbs pouring harsh brightness into the room. No screens glowing inches from tired faces. No sudden blue-white light convincing the brain that midnight was still afternoon. Just the slow dimming of the world. The body understood. Of course, sleeping near fire came with problems. A Viking longhouse was made of wood, thatch, wool, fur, straw, and animal hair. In other words, nearly everything around you could burn. The fire was comfort, but it was also risk. Sparks had to be watched. Smoke had to be managed. Bedding had to be kept far enough away that one careless ember did not turn the whole house into a disaster. The roof beams were darkened with soot. The air could become heavy, especially in winter when openings were partly closed to preserve heat. If you slept too close to the hearth, you might wake coughing or sweating. If you slept too far away, cold could creep into your bones. So the household learned to arrange itself carefully. The youngest, the oldest, and the sick were usually kept closer to warmth. Stronger adults could sleep farther out, wrapped in more layers. Everyone had a place. Everyone understood the balance. And despite the smoke, there was something hypnotic about the fire. The light moved across the walls in shifting patterns. Carved animals seemed to flicker alive. Shadows stretched and folded. Children might stare at the beams until a dragon seemed to breathe, or a raven appeared to move its wings. Adults, half dreaming already, might see faces in the flame or shapes in the smoke. Stories sounded different in that light. A tale about gods, sea monsters, frost giants, or ancestors did not feel like simple entertainment. In the glow of the hearth, it felt possible. The fire made the room ordinary and magical at the same time. Some households may have burned certain herbs or woods at night, not only to improve the smell of the house, but also to calm the mind or protect the space. Birch bark, pine resin, juniper, and other fragrant materials could change the atmosphere. Juniper especially was associated in many traditions with cleansing and protection. When burned, it released a sharp, forest-like scent that would mix with smoke, wool, and warm wood. Imagine breathing that in as you drift towards sleep. Pine, ash, herbs, animal warmth, stew cooling near the fire. Not clean in the modern sterile sense, but deeply alive. The longhouse was not a scentless place. It was layered with smells: food, smoke, leather, wool, bodies, animals, wood, earth. Yet to the people who lived there, those smells were home. They meant shelter. They meant people nearby. They meant the fire still held. Historians still argue about how smoky these homes truly were. Some believe the air inside must have been difficult by modern standards, especially during harsh winters when every bit of warmth mattered. Others point to ventilation, roof openings, and the skill of hearth management. Smoke may have gathered higher up, while the sleeping platforms remained more breathable. Either way, the Vikings accepted a trade-off. A little smoke was better than freezing. You shift under your blankets, searching for the perfect angle. The radiant heat touches your back. The pelt over your chest traps it close. The fire's sound is soft but constant. The crackle of wood, the sigh of shifting coals, the small collapse of ash. Somewhere, a pot has been left near the hearth to keep warm for morning. The air smells faintly of pine resin and something savory. This fire is your lamp, your heater, your stove, your clock, and your guardian. Your body begins to respond. The muscles that worked all day loosen in the heat. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts stop running ahead. The embers move at a pace your nervous system can follow. In that red-gold haze, sleep does not feel like something you must force. It feels like something already arriving. The Viking sleep environment was not built from one single thing. It was a combination. Temperature, light, scent, sound, rhythm, closeness. Everything worked together. Nothing was isolated. You did not go to bed in the modern sense, as if sleep were a separate task. You were carried there by the evening itself. Outside, the wind moves over snowdrifts. Inside, the longhouse is almost still. Someone murmurs in sleep. A goat shifts and settles. A child sighs into a blanket. The coals glow quietly. You are not asleep yet, but you are close. And just before your thoughts fully dissolve, one question rises softly. What did the Vikings dream about? Before dreams, though, came the evening ritual itself, the slow social unwinding that made the longhouse feel less like a shelter and more like a living world. Evening in the Viking Age was not simply a matter of collapsing into furs after a day of labor. It was a gradual descent. People returned from fields, boats, workshops, forests, and animal pens. The energy of the day did not vanish all at once. It softened. The longhouse changed at dusk. The same hall that had been noisy with work became warmer, dimmer, and more intimate. Boots were removed. Cloaks were shaken out or hung near the fire. Hands were warmed. Food was served from pots that had been simmering for hours. The smell of broth, root vegetables, dried fish, herbs, and barley filled the room. This was when people gathered closer to the hearth. The children came first, as children always do when stories begin. They curled into laps, leaned against older siblings, or sprawled on the sleeping platforms, pretending they were not already tired. Adults settled into familiar places. Someone mended a sock. Someone carved bone or wood. Someone repaired a strap or combed tangles from a child's hair. And then came the stories. Not just fairy tales, not just distractions for children. Stories in Viking households carried memory. They preserved ancestors, warnings, jokes, victories, grudges, journeys, gods, monsters, and family identity. A good storyteller could hold the room in their hands. Their voice rose and fell with the fire. A pause could make a child hold their breath. A joke could make even the oldest warrior smile into his cup. The stories might be about Thor battling giants, Loki causing trouble, Odin wandering in disguise, or strange things seen at sea. They might also be about real people, a grandfather who survived a storm, a woman who outsmarted a rival family, a neighbor whose goat escaped 3 times in 1 week. The sacred and the ridiculous lived together. That made the stories human. In Norse culture, spoken words had weight. A name spoken aloud could keep a dead ancestor present. A story repeated often enough could become part of the family's spine. To tell a child where they came from was not only entertainment, it was protection. It gave them a place in the world before they fell asleep. So bedtime stories were not small things. They were emotional shelter. As the evening deepened, the room became slower. The firelight softened faces. The sound of eating faded into quiet conversation. Children blinked heavily. Someone's head drooped against a parent's shoulder. No one needed to announce bedtime like a command. Bed arrived gradually. The story thinned. The voices lowered. The bedding came out. This is one of the great differences between that world and ours. Viking sleep was not separated from social life. The evening was not a lonely countdown in a private room. It was a communal slowing. You did not disconnect from others in order to rest. You rested because you were with others. That closeness mattered. In a world of dangerous weather, uncertain harvests, violence, disease, hunger, and supernatural fears, the longhouse circle was a defense. Tonight, you might not know what tomorrow will bring, but right now, the fire is lit, the door is barred, your people are near, you belong somewhere. That feeling is a powerful sedative. Modern life often gives us private bedrooms, advanced mattresses, climate control, and perfect pillows. But many people still fall asleep alone, overstimulated, anxious, and disconnected. The Viking longhouse offered something less polished, but perhaps more psychologically effective. Shared presence. You lie back after the evening meal. Your belly is warm from broth. Your mind is hazy from the low rhythm of conversation. A storyteller is finishing the last part of a myth about a mountain, a giant, or a spirit beneath the ice. Someone laughs quietly. Someone tucks a blanket over a child without interrupting the tale. A dog settles across someone's feet. No one is performing relaxation. No one is optimizing anything. It is simply how evening works. That is why the Viking night feels strangely modern and ancient at the same time. It has all the ingredients people now try to recreate. Low light, warm food, social connection, comforting sound, natural materials, and a clear transition away from work. Except for them, it was not a lifestyle trend. It was normal. Anthropologists and historians still debate how emotionally fulfilling this communal sleep truly was. Was it beloved or merely necessary? Would people have chosen private rooms if they could? It is impossible to know for every household. Some people surely wanted more space. Some children kicked. Some adults snored. Some guests were annoying. Human beings have always been human. But the cultural importance of kinship, storytelling, and shared warmth suggests that many people did not merely tolerate closeness. They depended on it. The boundaries between individual and household were softer. You were not just one isolated person trying to survive the night. You were part of a sleeping organism. Your breath joined the others. Your warmth became part of the room. Your dreams entered the same darkness. The story fades. The last words disappear into the roof beams. The fire pops once. Someone begins to snore softly, not loudly enough to irritate you, just enough to remind you they are there. Outside, the dark is vast, but inside, the circle holds. Your body is ready now, not forced, not tricked, ready. Sleep comes as the natural next step, and part of the reason it comes so easily is simple. The Viking body was tired. A Viking day did not leave much room for restless energy. You did not spend the day sitting under artificial lights, thinking hard but barely moving. You moved constantly. You carried, chopped, rode, lifted, walked, repaired, cooked, hunted, gathered, climbed, pulled, dragged, and endured weather. By night, sleep was not a negotiation. It was a physical fact. Imagine the day before this sleep. You wake not to an alarm, but to the household stirring and faint light entering through smoke holes. Someone is already moving near the fire. Boots scrape against the floor. A child coughs. An animal shifts in its pen. You stretch, groan, and rise because the day has begun. There is no 5 more minutes. The world needs hands. If you farm, the work is heavy and repetitive. Fields must be worked with simple tools. Soil is stubborn. Frost makes everything harder. Water must be hauled. Firewood must be cut and carried. Animals must be fed, milked, moved, watched, and protected. Food must be prepared from raw ingredients that took effort to grow, catch, preserve, or trade. If you are involved with boats, the labor is even more intense. Rowing a Viking ship through cold water is not romantic when your hands are stiff, your back aches, and your shoulders burn. The oar is heavy. The rhythm must be kept. If one person breaks pace, others feel it. If the sea turns dangerous, the body must respond immediately. There are no convenience systems. The people are the system. Food does not appear in neat packages. Clothing does not arrive finished. Warmth does not come from a thermostat. Light does not come from a switch. Every basic comfort requires labor. Shearing, spinning, weaving, chopping, carrying, repairing, preserving, grinding, hauling. These are not occasional chores. They are daily life. By modern standards, simply existing in a Viking settlement could burn enormous energy. The body was used constantly, not in isolated exercise sessions, but as part of survival. This kind of movement shaped sleep powerfully. By evening, the muscles are not restless. They are used. The blood has moved. The nervous system has spent the day responding to real physical demands. When the work ends, the body naturally begins to shift toward recovery. Today, scientists might talk about the parasympathetic nervous system, the part of the body that helps us calm down, digest, repair, and sleep. Vikings did not need that term. They lived the pattern directly. Work hard, eat, warm yourself, listen, sleep. Archaeological studies of Viking skeletons often show signs of demanding physical lives. Worn joints, strong muscle attachments, healed injuries, and stress from repeated labor. These were bodies shaped by use. But the presence of healing also tells another story. People recovered. They adapted. Their lives were hard, but not simply destructive. Sleep likely played an important role in that recovery. And the labor was not only male. Viking women worked intensely too, Weaving on upright looms required strength, endurance, and skill. Grinding grain by hand was exhausting. Cooking over fire, carrying water, managing animals, preserving food, making cloth, raising children, and maintaining the household were all physically demanding. Children also began helping young, whether by watching animals, gathering fuel, carrying small loads, or assisting with simple tasks. By dusk, nearly everyone had earned rest. There is scholarly debate here, too. Did physical exhaustion always improve sleep? Not necessarily. Pain, injury, illness, cold, and stress could also disturb the night. An older person with aching joints might wake often. Someone injured in work or conflict might sleep badly. A sick child could keep the household alert. The Viking night was not always perfect, but compared to modern fatigue, the strange exhaustion of sitting too much, staring too long, thinking constantly and moving too little, Viking tiredness was different. It was bodily. It had purpose. It was connected to action. Now you lie under fur and wool after such a day. Your arms are heavy. Your back remembers the wood you carried. Your hands are rough from rope, tools, or cloth. Your legs feel the hills. But there is satisfaction in it. The day used you, and now sleep will restore you. Your mind is not racing through endless digital noise. There is no inbox waiting, no glowing device, no artificial urgency. Just the knowledge that the day's work was real and necessary. That kind of tiredness has a deep honesty to it. Your heart rate slows. Your breathing follows the room. The fire warms your skin. The weight of the blanket presses you down. Your body does not need to be convinced. It knows exactly what to do. And now the darkness helps. Not ordinary darkness, real northern darkness. In the far north, especially in winter, night is not a brief pause between days. It can dominate the world. The sun may rise late, barely lift itself above the horizon, then disappear again. In some places, darkness stretches for most of the day. The sky becomes a long, blue-gray dusk. Snow reflects whatever little light exists. Time feels softer, stranger, less precise. To modern people, this can sound frightening. Weeks of darkness seem like they would break the mind. And for some, perhaps they did bring heaviness, sadness, or worry. But darkness also gave the body permission to slow down. Without artificial light, people adjusted. They slept longer. They rested more often. They conserved energy. Winter was not only a season of cold. It was a season of deep pause. Imagine waking in the middle of winter. You do not know whether it is early morning or still night. No beam of sun crosses the floor. The fire has changed slightly. Someone beside you shifts. Wool rustles. A quiet voice speaks near the hearth. You open your eyes into darkness and realize your body does not want to rise yet. So you do not. There is no shame in remaining still when the world outside is frozen and black. In winter, the household's rhythm stretches. People may wake, eat, tend the fire, do small indoor tasks, then sleep again. Work still exists, of course. Animals must be cared for. Food must be managed. Repairs must be made. But urgency changes. Some historians connect this kind of seasonal life with segmented sleep. Sleeping in more than one block, rather than one continuous stretch. People might sleep after sunset, wake for a quiet period in the night, then sleep again. During long winters, they may have rested in cycles, rising and sinking with the needs of the household rather than obeying a strict clock. This was not laziness, it was strategy. Cold weather demands energy. Food stores must last. Movement outside can be dangerous. Sleeping more in winter helps conserve heat, reduce effort, and pass long hours when little useful outdoor work can be done. Melatonin, the hormone associated with darkness and sleep, would have followed these natural light patterns. In long winter darkness, the body receives strong signals to rest. The Vikings did not measure this. They felt it. Of course, the romantic version has limits. Long darkness can be psychologically difficult. A poor harvest, low firewood, illness, isolation, or fear could make winter nights heavy. The same darkness that invites sleep can also bring worry. But the Viking answer was not to flood the night with false daylight. It was to gather closer, keep the hearth alive, tell stories, sleep, wake, and sleep again. The hearth became even more important in winter. Fire was not only heat, it was orientation. It marked the center of the household when the outside world lost shape. Around it, people could measure time in embers, meals, stories, and shifts of sleep. Dreams also gained power in the dark season. Many Norse traditions treated dreams as meaningful, and long winter nights gave them room to grow. A person might dream of an ancestor, a god, a dead relative, a strange animal, a warning, a journey, or a symbol that lingered after waking. In a world where the boundary between seen and unseen was taken seriously, such dreams were not ignored. Someone might wake and speak quietly of what they saw. Others might listen. Was it a warning? A blessing? A memory? A sign? The long dark gave dreams weight. You lie under your furs, half awake, unsure how much time has passed. Maybe it is morning. Maybe it is not. The longhouse remains dim. No one is rushing. Someone adds a log to the fire, and sparks rise briefly before fading into smoke. The room returns to quiet. Outside, the cold presses against the walls. Inside, bodies breathe. You pull the blanket higher. Your body is conserving warmth, rebuilding strength. The darkness says rest, and for once, no one argues with it. That may be one of the great Viking lessons. They did not always try to defeat the night. Sometimes they let it do what night is meant to do. They sank into it, and within that darkness, sound became its own kind of comfort. A Viking night was not silent. It was full of textures: wind, fire, breath, animals, wood, distant water. Not loud, not chaotic, but alive. Outside, the wind rushes over frozen fields and hills. If the sea is near, you may hear waves striking rocks in a slow rhythm, like some enormous sleeping creature breathing beyond the dark. The wind catches the thatch, slips around the walls, presses against the door. But the longhouse holds. Thick timber, moss-packed gaps, low construction, and careful design keep the worst of it outside. The wind does not frighten you tonight. It reminds you that you are protected. Then come the animal sounds. A cow shifts heavily. A horse stamps once. Sheep breathe in clusters. Chickens murmur in their sleep. A goat coughs softly from the livestock end of the house. These sounds might seem strange to modern ears, but in the Viking world, they were part of the household's heartbeat. The animals are alive. The house is warm. Nothing is wrong. Dogs and cats add another layer. A dog near your feet twitches through a dream, perhaps chasing something only dogs can see. A cat slips across the platform, kneads into a blanket, and curls into a warm hollow. Cats were valued in Norse homes not only for catching mice, but also for their connection to domestic protection and the goddess Freya. A cat purring near your chest would have felt like comfort with a little magic attached. Even human sounds become soothing. Someone snores gently. Someone murmurs in sleep. A baby wakes briefly, then is hushed by a soft voice and rocked back into calm. A child turns over, kicking off part of a blanket, and an adult pulls it back into place without fully waking. None of this is seen as a failure of sleep. It is the normal sound of a living house. Modern sleep advice often emphasizes quiet, but complete silence can feel unnatural to people who are used to community. In a dangerous world, sound can mean safety. Breath means people are near. Animals shifting means the household is intact. Fire crackling means warmth remains. Silence, real silence, might be the thing that feels wrong. That is one reason the longhouse soundscape may have worked so well. It was predictable. The same wind, the same hearth, the same breathing, the same animals, the same creaking beams. The body learned these sounds and connected them with rest. Your brain hears the fire and understands night. It hears the dog sigh and understands safe. It hears the wind outside and understands protected. The fire, of course, is the central sound. Low crackles, small pops, ash shifting, coals settling. It is not loud enough to disturb, but it gives the room a pulse, a living metronome. You could fall asleep to that sound alone. Sometimes other sounds reach the edge of hearing. Wolves far away, owls in the trees, ice cracking on branches, snow sliding from the roof. These might sound eerie, but distance matters. A wolf far away is not the same as danger at the door. The Viking ear knew the difference. People who lived close to nature learned which sounds required attention and which could be folded into sleep. Historians may argue that a crowded longhouse was too noisy for deep rest, and perhaps for modern visitors it would be. But for people raised inside that environment, the sounds were not random interruptions. They were familiar signals. The household did not sleep despite them. It slept within them. You lie still now, listening. Fire, breath, wind, a dog, a sleeping child, a goat shifting in straw. The sounds layer together until they become almost musical. Not music in the polished sense, but a living pattern. The kind of pattern the body trusts. Your breathing begins to match it. The line between your body and the room softens. You are not separate from the longhouse. You are one more warm, breathing presence inside it. And somewhere between the sound of the fire and the wind against the roof, you begin to drift. Next, we move deeper into the dream world itself. Because for the Vikings, sleep was not only recovery. Dreams could be messages, warnings, journeys, and visits from the dead. Somewhere inside sleep, something changes. Your body is still wrapped in wool and fur. The longhouse remains around you, warm, smoky, breathing quietly in the dark. The fire has softened to a low glow. People sleep nearby. Animals shift in straw. The wind keeps moving outside the walls. But inside your mind, a door opens. For the Vikings, dreaming was not just the brain entertaining itself while the body rested. A dream could be a warning, a message, a blessing, a memory returning from the dead, a glimpse of fate. Sleep was not an empty place. It was a bridge. And now, in that heavy warmth beneath the blankets, you step onto it. In Norse belief, the human self was not always imagined as one simple thing locked inside the body. There were ideas about different parts of the soul, spirit, mind, and personal force. One of these was sometimes connected with thought, intention, or inner essence, something that could move beyond the body in dreams. So while your physical body lay still beside the hearth, some part of you might be wondering. Maybe it travels across snowfields. Maybe it visits the dead. Maybe it hears something from the gods. You might dream of your grandmother, gone for 2 winters now. In the dream, she sits beside a hearth that is not yours, humming a tune you remember from childhood. She does not speak. She only looks at you with eyes full of meaning. When you wake, her face stays in your thoughts, like an ember refusing to go out. Was it only a dream? In the Viking world, that question was not so simple. A dream like that might be discussed in the morning. You might tell an elder, a wise woman, or someone known for understanding symbols. They might ask what she wore, where she sat, whether the fire was bright or fading, whether she seemed angry, sad, peaceful, or silent. Every detail could matter. Or perhaps you dream of a raven flying backward through a storm, a mountain breaking apart and falling into the sea, wolves circling a frozen tree, a ship with no crew drifting beneath a red moon. To a modern person, these might seem like strange images produced by a tired brain. To a Viking, they might be signs. Some people in Norse society were believed to have special skill in reading dreams, omens, and hidden meanings. A seeress, often called a völva, might be asked to interpret what had appeared in sleep. She might listen carefully, cast runes, speak of danger, or warn you to avoid a journey. She might say the ancestors were near. She might say the gods were testing you. The point is this: dreams were not ignored. They were part of life. Norse sagas and poetry often use dreams as turning points. A leader dreams of death before battle. A hero receives a warning. A woman sees disaster before it reaches the household. A strange animal appears in sleep, and later becomes a symbol of fate. Sometimes these dreams are literary devices, but they also reflect a culture where dreams were taken seriously. The sleeping mind was not treated as meaningless noise. It was another kind of vision, and dreams were not always frightening. Some were tender. A lost loved one might return. A dead child might appear healthy and smiling. A partner away on a journey might seem close again for one night. A person might wake with tears on their face, not because the dream was terrible, but because it felt too real to dismiss. In this world, the boundary between waking and dreaming was thinner than ours. The dead were not always entirely gone. The gods were not always far away. Ancestors, spirits, and unseen powers could move near the edges of ordinary life, especially at night. The longhouse itself may have made dreams feel stronger. Think of the atmosphere. Firelight flickering behind closed eyelids, smoke in the air, the smell of herbs and wool, stories of gods and spirits told just before sleep. A person did not go to bed after watching bright screens or reading modern news. They went to bed after hearing about fate, monsters, ancestors, battles, journeys, curses, blessings, and strange signs. Of course their dreams were powerful. You roll beneath the blanket. Your eyes are closed, but the fire still paints red shapes through your eyelids. Somewhere outside, wind moves over the snow with a low, almost human sound. The room is mostly silent now, but not empty. It feels inhabited, not just by the living, but by memory. The Vikings believed in restless dead, household spirits, land spirits, protective presences, dangerous beings, and ancestors who could still matter. Some dead were feared, others were honored. Some might appear in dreams not to harm, but to guide. A recurring dream could change behavior. A family might decide to make an offering. A person might delay a voyage. A child might be renamed. A household might treat a certain place more carefully. Dreams could become part of decision-making, woven into the same fabric as weather signs, animal behavior, family advice, and religious practice. Modern scholars debate how literally all Vikings understood these experiences. Some probably took dream prophecy very seriously. Others may have been more skeptical or practical, but the repeated importance of dreams in Norse literature and tradition shows that sleep carried cultural weight. It was not just rest. It was a place where meaning could arrive. You drift again, and the next dream is stranger. You see a vast tree with silver leaves. Its roots twist through snow and stone. Something beneath the earth whispers your name, but the voice is familiar and unfamiliar at once. You wake suddenly. The longhouse is still. The fire is almost gone. No one else is awake. But your chest feels heavy with meaning. In the morning, perhaps you will tell someone. Perhaps the old woman near the hearth will know what silver leaves mean. Perhaps she will only nod and tell you to remember the dream carefully. For a Viking, that would be enough. To sleep was to journey. To dream was to receive. And no one could be completely sure where the dream self traveled when the body lay still. Now, returning from the dream world, we notice another detail inside the longhouse. Not everyone slept in the same way, or in the same place. The Viking sleeping space may have been communal, but it was not random. Where you lay your head said something about who you were. The longhouse had its own quiet hierarchy. Everyone shared the same roof, the same smoke, the same firelight, and the same winter wind pressing against the walls. But the exact spot you slept in could reveal age, status, role, health, and importance within the household. Viking sleep was not a perfectly equal field of blankets. It was a living map of society. Closest to the hearth, where the warmth was strongest, you would often find the most respected or vulnerable members of the household. Elders might sleep near the fire, not only because they needed warmth, but because they held memory and authority. A grandmother or grandfather near the hearth was not just an old person being kept comfortable. They were the living archive of the family. Children might gather close to them, curled around their bedding like small animals seeking heat. This was practical and symbolic at the same time. The young slept near the old. The future slept near memory. Then came the active heads of the household, parents, working adults, people responsible for farming, trading, cooking, managing animals, repairing tools, arranging marriages, defending property, and keeping everyone alive. Their sleep was deeply earned, but often interrupted. A child might wake. The fire might need attention. An animal might stir. Someone might have to check the door during a storm. These adults knew how to wake quickly and fall asleep again just as fast. That kind of resilience was part of life. Children usually slept tucked among family members rather than isolated in separate spaces. They might be wrapped in old cloaks, wool blankets, or small furs. Siblings shared warmth. A child might fall asleep with their head against a parent's side, a dog nearby, and the sound of adults still speaking quietly by the fire. There was no expectation that a young child should sleep alone in a separate room. Independence was not measured by isolation. The household was a shared organism, and children belonged inside that breathing circle. Teenagers occupied a more flexible position. Older sons might sleep nearer to workers, guests, or areas connected with tools and storage, especially as they began taking on heavier responsibilities. Daughters approaching marriage age might sleep near women of the household, mothers, aunts, grandmothers, sometimes with a little more separation, if the family had the space for it. In wealthier homes there could be partitions, wall beds, box beds, or carved sleeping spaces that gave a small suggestion of privacy. But even then, true solitude was rare. A curtain or wooden division could soften the feeling of exposure, but sound, warmth, smoke, and life still moved through the room. Then there were people with spiritual roles. A seeress, healer, or respected wise woman might be given a quieter sleeping place. If people believed her dreams carried special meaning, they might want her rest protected. She could sleep near herbs, charms, bones, runes, or other objects connected with ritual practice. Her sleeping space was not only a bed, it was a threshold. Dreams mattered more, when the dreamer was thought to see farther than others. Servants, laborers, or enslaved people also slept under the longhouse roof, though often farther from the hearth and with simpler bedding. Their blankets might be thinner, their places colder. Their status was reflected in comfort, yet they still shared the same night sounds, the same smoke, the same wind, and often the same danger. The longhouse gathered everyone, but not everyone experienced it equally. Bedding itself could display wealth. A high-status bed might be layered with multiple furs, thick wool, feather cushions, and decorated textiles. A poorer sleeper might have straw, a rough hide, and a plain blanket. Comfort could be a sign of power. In a cold world, warmth was status. Some beds may have been carved or decorated. Runes, protective marks, animal designs, or family symbols might appear on bed frames or nearby beams. A child's sleeping area might include small protective objects. An elder's bed might be surrounded by inherited goods. A chieftain's sleeping place could say as much about authority as a seat at a feast. Even death did not fully separate people from bedding. In some burials, textiles, pillows, or sleeping materials accompanied the dead. The final rest was imagined with real softness, real objects, real continuity. This tells us something important. Sleep was not trivial. Rest had sacred meaning, even at the edge of life. Still, the longhouse was flexible. A sick baby might be moved closer to the fire. An injured worker might receive extra covering. A guest of honor might be given a warmer place. In a terrible storm, strict hierarchy could bend. Survival came first. So while there was order, it was a living order. Practical, human, responsive. Look around the longhouse now. Near the hearth, an old man sleeps beneath heavy blankets, barely moving except for the steady rise and fall of his chest. Nearby, a child clutches a carved wooden toy. A girl kicks off part of her blanket and mutters something in her sleep. A mother reaches over without opening her eyes and pulls the covering back into place. Farther away, a farmhand lies rolled in a simpler wool cloak, closer to the cold wall, but still inside the circle of warmth. It is not just a room full of sleepers. It is Viking society drawn in firelight and bedding, and eventually, after dreams and darkness, comes waking. But waking in the Viking world was not the violent shock many people know today. No alarm screaming beside the head. No phone vibrating under the pillow. No bright screen demanding attention before the eyes are fully open. A Viking wakes because the body is ready, or because the household begins to stir. The fire has burned down 2 embers. A little pale light slips through a crack near the door or roof. Someone across the room yawns. Another person shifts under the blankets. A dog lifts its head, decides nothing important is happening yet, and settles back down. The transition from sleep to waking is slow, gentle, almost smoky. The Vikings had no modern clocks controlling every hour of the day. Their lives were structured by light, hunger, weather, animal needs, tides, seasons, and communal rhythm. Time existed, of course, but it was felt as much as measured. Your internal clock was trained by the world around you. Dawn, temperature, birdsong, the cooling of the fire, the movement of others. These were cues. The body listened. You stretch under your blanket. Your arms are stiff from yesterday's work, but not in a miserable way. Someone hands you a warm drink, perhaps broth or water heated near the hearth. There is no coffee, no desperate need for stimulation. You are not trying to recover from a night spent fighting artificial light and anxious thoughts. You are simply returning from sleep. One of the secrets of this rhythm is that Vikings did not separate sleep from life as dramatically as we often do. There was no elaborate performance around bedtime, no perfect routine requiring special products, no pressure to optimize. Sleep was not an achievement. It was a phase of existence. You slept when the world quieted. You woke when it stirred. In summer, waking could come early because the light arrived early. And in the far north, sometimes barely left at all. Sunlight slipped through smoke holes, wall gaps, and door cracks. There were no blackout curtains, no attempt to fake a longer night. The body registered the light and began to wake. In winter, the opposite happened. There might be no real sunrise until late morning, or only a dim glow at midday. In that season, people rose more by household activity than sunlight. Someone tended the fire. Someone began preparing food. Animals stirred. A pot scraped. A voice hummed softly. The environment invited you back into the day. There were ways of measuring time in the Viking world. People observed the sun, stars, tides, shadows, and seasonal markers. Some cultures used marked candles, water-based timing methods, or other simple systems for rituals, travel, feasts, or specific tasks. But ordinary waking did not depend on a harsh, mechanical command. You woke in context. This is important, because when a person does not dread the start of the day in the same abstract, clock-driven way, waking feels different. The work may still be hard, the world may still be dangerous, but the day begins as part of a rhythm, not as an attack. No snooze button, no repeated alarms, no bargaining with time. You sit up slowly. Your cloak is nearby. The person beside you still sleeps, and you let them. They will rise when their body, task, or household role calls them. The longhouse does not wake all at once like a factory floor. It wakes in layers. Someone near the hearth is first, then another, then children, then animals, then the whole room becomes alive again. And the Vikings clearly managed without clocks. These were people who built ships, crossed dangerous seas, farmed difficult land, navigated by stars and coastlines, organized seasonal labor, and coordinated travel, trade, and war. They were not careless with time. They simply related to it differently. Their sleep and waking were integrated into the environment. That is why their mornings feel so elegant in imagination. Not easy, not lazy, but aligned. You stand now. Your legs remember yesterday's fields. Your back remembers firewood. Your hands remember rope, tools, grain, or wool. But you do not feel robbed. You feel completed. Like the night gave back enough of what the day had taken. The fire is stirred. Breakfast begins. The door opens. Cold air enters. The longhouse inhales morning. And you begin again. But before we leave the world of dreams entirely, there is one dream greater than the others. The one that waited behind the warrior's closed eyes. The one that made sleep and death feel strangely connected. The dream of Valhalla. Late again in the longhouse, with the fire fading and the room heavy with sleep, a thought might rise in the mind of a warrior. What if I do not wake tomorrow? What if the next voyage, the next battle, the next storm, the next feud is the last? For the Vikings, sleep and death were not identical, but they were close enough to speak to each other. Both involved lying still. Both involved a journey beyond ordinary awareness. Both carried the possibility that some part of the self might leave the body. And among all the destinations imagined by Norse tradition, Valhalla stood brightest. Valhalla was not simply an afterlife. It was a hall of chosen warriors, a place connected with Odin, battle, honor, feasting, and endless readiness. The fallen who were selected would join a great company, rising to fight and returning to feast. It was violent in mythic structure, but also strangely comforting to those who valued courage, reputation, and belonging among the heroic dead. To a warrior lying under fur before a dangerous journey, Valhalla could feel like a promise. If death came with honor, then sleep would not be the end. Another hall waited, a greater hall, a place where the fire never died, the feast never ended, and one's name did not vanish. But Norse afterlife beliefs were not limited to Valhalla. Some were said to go to Folkvanger, associated with Freya. Others might go to Hell, which was not the fiery punishment imagined in later Christian traditions, but a colder, shadowed realm of the dead. Ancestors could remain connected to land and family. Death had many paths. Still, Valhalla captured the imagination because it turned death into continuity. Fight, feast, sleep, rise again. The rhythm of the longhouse expanded into myth. There are also burial practices that make the connection between sleep, home, and death especially vivid. Some burial mounds and graves were arranged with objects from daily life. Ships, weapons, animals, textiles, bedding, and household goods could accompany the dead. A grave could become a kind of final chamber. A ship could become a bed for the journey beyond. Even in death, comfort mattered. Imagine looking up from your sleeping place and seeing a carving of Odin riding through the sky, or Thor with his hammer raised in protection. Such images were not just decoration. They reminded sleepers that their nightly rest belonged to a larger cycle. Work, danger, dream, fate, death, memory, return. Stories told of people who dreamed their deaths before they happened. Some saw halls, ancestors, omens, or warriors waiting. For a Viking audience, such dreams would not be dismissed lightly. Sleep could reveal fate. Before waking, life caught up. A farmer might not dream of Valhalla in the same way as a warrior, but he too could dream of ancestors. A mother could dream of a lost child. An elder could dream of the dead calling from beyond snow or sea. The dream world was not neutral. It was the edge of eternity. Scholars still debate how literally Viking individuals believed these stories. Some may have understood them poetically. Some may have believed them deeply. Some may have hoped, and hope itself is powerful. What matters is that sleep gave space to imagine what came after. You close your eyes beneath the wool. The fire pops softly. Someone shifts beside you. Outside, the wind hums against the timber walls, and perhaps the thought comes, if this were my last sleep, let me dream well. Not with panic, not with despair, with acceptance, with the desire to rest in honor, to be remembered, to enter whatever hall waits beyond the dark. The longhouse grows quiet again, and now, leaving myth for the body, we come to one of the strangest truths of Viking sleep. The cold may have helped them rest better. The air touches your nose as you lie beneath the furs. It is cold enough to notice, cold enough that each breath feels clean and sharp. but your body is warm, deeply warm. Your chest, legs, arms, and back are protected by wool and hides. Only your face feels the chill. And somehow, it is perfect. Modern people often try to make bedrooms warm, sealed, controlled, and soft in every direction. But Viking sleeping spaces were usually cooler than what most of us would choose today. Drafts slipped through timber. The floor stayed cold. Heat faded as you moved away from the hearth. In deep winter, the air inside could still be biting, especially at the edges of the room. Yet that coolness may have supported sleep. Today, sleep science often points out that a cooler environment helps the body lower its core temperature, which is part of falling asleep. When the body cools slightly, heart rate slows, metabolism shifts, and sleep can deepen. The Vikings did not know the science, but their environment naturally created the effect. Warm bedding, cool air, heavy layers, fresh breath. That combination is powerful. You are not freezing. That would be dangerous. Instead, your body is protected while your face breathes cold air. The contrast tells your nervous system to settle. The warmth under the blanket keeps you safe. The coolness around you keeps the room from becoming stale or suffocating. The longhouse itself was designed around this balance. Thick walls held back the worst weather. Turf roofs and thatch added insulation. The central fire created a zone of heat. But the entire structure was not evenly warm, and that was acceptable. People arranged themselves accordingly. Elders and children closer in. Stronger adults farther out. Extra layers where needed. Warm where it matters. Cool where it helps. Sleeping in groups also made the cold manageable. Families shared heat under blankets. Children slept between adults or siblings. Dogs and cats joined the warmth. Even livestock nearby raised the temperature of the building. The household was not just socially communal. It was thermally communal. Materials mattered again. Wool insulates even when damp. Fur traps air. Feathers create softness and warmth. Straw or moss beneath the body blocks cold from below. Clothing could stay on during sleep if needed. A person did not change into thin, decorative nightwear. They wore what worked. Of course, cold was not always beneficial. Extreme cold was dangerous. Exposure, illness, frostbite, and poor shelter could harm or kill. Viking winter was not a wellness trend. It was a serious threat. But within a protected longhouse, cold was managed rather than erased. That may be the key difference. They did not try to turn winter into summer. They worked with winter's reality. Some historians argue that Vikings simply endured the cold because they had no choice. Others suggest they became highly skilled at optimizing it through architecture, bedding, clothing, fire management, and social sleeping. Both are probably true. Necessity created knowledge. You turn under the blanket. The tip of your nose tingles. Your breath fogs faintly. But under the fur you are wrapped in a small climate of your own. Heat gathers around your body and stays there. The cold air above you feels less like an enemy and more like a frame around the warmth. The fire glows nearby if you need it, but you do not need it yet. Your body sinks deeper. The cool air keeps your breathing steady. The heavy blanket keeps you grounded. The longhouse holds. And perhaps this is another ancient lesson. Comfort does not always mean removing every challenge. Sometimes comfort means creating the right contrast. Cold air, warm bedding, darkness, sound, weight, and safety. The Vikings did not sleep in perfect conditions. They slept in conditions their bodies understood. And that may have made all the difference. Before the blanket even touches your shoulders, another ritual may already have begun. Steam rises around you in slow, pale ribbons. It clings to your skin, gathers in your hair, and fills your lungs with thick warmth. You are sitting on a damp wooden bench, surrounded by heat, stone, smoke, and the sharp green scent of birch. Every breath feels heavier than the last, but in a good way, the kind of heaviness that tells the body it can stop fighting the day. This is not a modern spa with clean tiles, scented oils, and soft music playing in the background. This is something older, rougher, and more elemental. A Viking-style bathing or heat ritual, part cleansing, part recovery, part social gathering, and part preparation for sleep. The Norse world was not as filthy as old stereotypes sometimes suggest. The image of Vikings as endlessly dirty, blood-covered raiders is more myth than reality. They cared about grooming. They combed their hair. They washed when they could. They used bathing spaces, hot stones, steam, and cold water. Cleanliness had social value, and in some accounts, outsiders even noticed how much attention Norse people paid to washing and appearance. But bathing was not only about looking presentable, it was also about transition. You spend the day in labor. Your shoulders ache from carrying wood or hauling nets. Your back complains from bending over fields, looms, tools, or animals. Your skin holds sweat, smoke, salt, dirt, and the sharp smell of work. Before sleep, the body needs to cross from exertion into rest. The bathing space helps make that crossing. In some Norse communities, heat bathing may have taken place in a separate bathhouse, a small structure, or a heated room connected to ordinary domestic life. Stones were warmed by fire, and water was poured over them to release waves of steam. The air thickened, the muscles softened, the skin opened. People sat together, talked quietly, or simply let the heat do its work. Birch branches might be used in the bathing ritual, gently striking or brushing the skin to stimulate circulation and loosen the body. It sounds harsh if you imagine it wrong, but in context it was part massage, part heat therapy, part tradition. The sting gave way to warmth. The body woke up just enough to relax more deeply afterward. You sit there until the day begins to melt out of you. No one is watching a clock. No one is tracking minutes. The body decides when it has had enough. Your thoughts grow slower. Your limbs feel loose. Your joints, stiff from cold and labor, begin to feel human again. Someone beside you may speak softly. Someone else says nothing at all. The hiss of steam becomes its own kind of lullaby. Then comes the cold. When you leave the heat, the outside air hits your skin like a clean blade. It shocks you awake for a moment. Your lungs open. Your face flushes. The blood seems to rush everywhere at once. In some places and seasons, people might cool themselves in snow, cold water, or open air. The point was not punishment. It was contrast, heat, then cold, then warmth again. That contrast can make the body feel reset. First, the heat loosens everything. Then, the cold sharpens the senses. Then, when you return to the longhouse and wrap yourself in wool and fur, sleep arrives with unusual force. It is not difficult to imagine why. Your muscles have been warmed, your skin is clean, your mind has slowed. The cold air has cleared your head. The fire is waiting. The bedding is waiting. Your body is no longer caught between work and sleep. It has crossed the threshold. The bathhouse or steam ritual could also be social. Like the longhouse, it was not always a place of isolation. People gathered there. They talked. They exchanged news. Women might share knowledge, advice, stories, warnings, and practical household wisdom. In some traditions, heated spaces were associated with healing, childbirth, cleansing, and even death preparation. Steam stood at the doorway between states, dirty and clean, tense and relaxed, sick and healing, living and dead, day and night. So when you return from the heat, you are not simply cleaner, you are changed. You step back toward the longhouse, skin still warm beneath the cold air. Smoke drifts from the roof. The door is low, and you duck beneath it. Immediately, the familiar atmosphere wraps around you. Wood smoke, herbs, wool, animals, food, embers. It is not the freshness of the bathhouse anymore. It is the smell of home. Now the bedding feels different. The wool does not scratch as much. The fur feels heavier, softer, more welcoming. Your back sinks down. Your knees stop protesting. Your shoulders settle. Sleep does not have to be chased. It is already waiting at the edge of your breath. This may be one of the quiet secrets of Viking rest. They did not simply fall into bed, dirty, tense, and overstimulated. At least when conditions allowed, they created a passage between labor and sleep. Heat, steam, cold air, fire, food, story, bedding, darkness. Each stage told the body the day is ending. Of course, not every person in every Viking settlement had equal access to bathing rituals. Climate, region, wealth, water, fuel, and local customs all mattered. Some areas likely used heat bathing more often than others. Some families had better facilities. Some had only simple washing. But the idea of cleansing and warming the body before rest fits deeply into the larger Norse pattern. Sleep was not random. It was prepared for by the whole rhythm of evening. The Viking world could be brutal, cold, and unforgiving. Yet inside that harshness, people carved out moments of gentleness. A warm bench, steam on sore skin, clean water, a quiet walk back through the cold, the soft collapse into blankets. Even warriors needed softness. And that softness depended not only on bedding and ritual, but on the building itself. Because no matter how warm your body feels, sleep will not come easily if the roof is failing, the walls are shaking, or the storm outside is about to tear your world apart. Now the wind is rising. You hear it moving around the longhouse, low and heavy, like something old circling in the dark. Snow strikes the roof in sharp bursts. Trees groan outside. The thatch trembles, but does not give way. You lie under your furs, listening to the weather try to enter. and you feel something unexpected. Not fear, security. The Viking longhouse was more than a home. At night it became a defensive shell, a storm shelter, a family chamber, a barn, a workshop, and a sleep machine all at once. Its architecture mattered deeply, because sleep in the north was not only about comfort, it was about trust. You had to trust the roof. You had to trust the door. You had to trust the walls. These buildings were often constructed from heavy timber, with strong posts, thick beams, and walls designed to hold against wind and cold. Roofs could be steep or curved depending on region and available materials, built to shed rain and snow. Thatch, turf, wood, and earth all played their roles. Snow piling against the walls could even become extra insulation. The longhouse was not a fragile box. It was built to endure pressure. And there is something calming about a structure that moves with weather instead of pretending weather does not exist. Old timber creaks. Roof beams shift slightly. The house answers the storm with its own language. To modern ears, that might sound alarming. To the people inside, it could sound like strength. The building is alive. It bends. It holds. It knows this storm. The entrance was usually low and practical. You ducked to enter, which helped preserve warmth. A smaller opening meant less heat escaped and less wind forced its way inside. At night, the door could be secured with heavy timber bars. This was not decorative. It mattered. Wolves, thieves, enemies, and storms all belonged to the outside. The longhouse created a clear boundary. Danger there, warmth here. That boundary helped people sleep. A person does not rest deeply if the mind feels exposed. The Vikings understood this in a practical way. A barred door, a central fire, thick walls, sleeping kin, nearby weapons, alert dogs. All of these formed a security system. Not electronic, not silent, not invisible, but real. Some longhouses were partly built into the earth or reinforced with turf. Earth is excellent insulation. It holds heat, softens sound, and adds weight against wind. A home built into or against the land becomes part cabin, part cave. In a storm, that matters. The outside world can rage, but inside, sound is muffled. The longhouse becomes the belly of something strong. The hearth added more than heat. When the fire was reduced to embers, its glow helped people orient themselves if they woke in the dark. You did not open your eyes into total blackness. There was always a low red center, a sign that the house was still alive. The stones around the hearth held warmth even after the flames died down. Heat radiated slowly into the night. If you woke during a storm, you could see the glow, hear the breathing of others, and know where you were. That knowledge is powerful. Historians debate how comfortable longhouses truly were in extreme weather. Some likely leaked, some were smoky, some were drafty, some roofs failed. Poorer homes may have struggled badly in winter. But the design principles were sound. Use local materials, preserve heat, protect the central fire, shelter people and animals together, and create a space that could adapt to season and storm. The goal was not modern perfection. It was survival with as much comfort as possible. Inside, The sleeping arrangement also responded to weather. People who needed warmth slept nearer the hearth. Livestock might be kept near one end, both for protection and for the heat their bodies produced. Dogs might sleep near the door, where they could alert the household to movement outside. Children were surrounded by adults. Sick people were tucked into warmer spots. Everything had a reason. Even animals had their place in this system. A dog was not merely a pet. It was warmth, companionship, and alarm. A cat was not merely decorative. It kept pests away and added comfort. Goats, sheep, cows, and other livestock were valuable creatures whose survival mattered to the household. Bringing them close in winter helped everyone. Outside, the storm keeps pushing. Wind scrapes over the roof. Snow gathers against the walls. Somewhere far off, an animal calls. The sound raises the hair on your neck for a moment, then fades. Inside, the longhouse remains steady. A child rolls over. Someone coughs once and settles. A dog opens one eye near the door, decides the danger is not near, and lowers its head again. The fire glows. This is the kind of certainty that allows sleep to return. You do not need perfect silence. You do not need perfect warmth. You need to know the house will hold, and the house holds. Now, speaking of animals, let us stay inside the longhouse a little longer and notice just how many creatures are sharing the night with you. Something damp and cold touches your foot. A nose. It sniffs, pauses, then disappears with a soft snort. You are still wrapped in wool and fur. The fire is still alive. But yes, you are also sharing your sleeping world with animals, dogs, cats, livestock, and whatever else the household has decided must survive the night indoors. To modern people, this can sound uncomfortable or unsanitary. Who wants to sleep near goats, sheep, cows, dogs, cats, chickens, straw, and smoke? But to the Viking household, this arrangement was not absurd. It was practical, familiar, and often comforting. Animals were part of the sleep system. At one end of the longhouse, livestock could be kept in a separated area, marked off by a low barrier, change in floor level, or simple partition. Cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, or other animals might spend cold nights there. Their body heat rose into the building. Their breathing added warmth. Their presence protected valuable property from weather, predators, and theft. On the human side, people slept on raised platforms. Between the two zones, warmth moved, sound moved, smell moved too, of course. This was not a sterile environment. It was a living one. The sounds of animals became part of the night. A cow shifting weight, a sheep breathing, a chicken murmuring, a goat making a small, sleepy noise. These were not necessarily interruptions. They were signs that the household's life was intact. Then there were the animals that moved freely among people. Dogs were deeply useful. They guarded, they hunted, they herded, they warned. They also slept near humans, especially when the cold was severe. A dog pressed against your legs could warm your feet better than any carved piece of furniture. Its breathing could calm you. Its alertness meant you did not have to listen alone for danger. Cats, too, had a place. They protected stored food from mice and rats. They also carried symbolic value in Norse culture, often associated with Freya and domestic life. A cat curling against a sleeper would bring warmth, sound, and perhaps a small sense of protection. Its purring could become another layer of the longhouse lullaby. This closeness between humans and animals was not sentimental in the modern pet culture sense, but neither was it coldly functional. Animals were valued, some were named, some were buried with care, some appear in stories and symbols. The line between useful creature and beloved companion was often softer than we might assume. For children, sleeping near animals could be especially comforting. A cat against the chest, a dog at the feet, the muffled sound of hens, sheep, or goats nearby. These were signals of continuity. If the animals were calm, the night was probably safe. A rooster in the morning might be annoying to us. To a child in that world, it meant the darkness had passed, and the household was still alive. There is also something deeply ancient about sleeping near animals. Humans did it for much of history. The warmth, breath, and movement of other living beings can calm the body. The Vikings would not have needed modern studies to tell them that. They knew by experience that a warm dog, a familiar cat, and a stable full of breathing livestock made the house feel less empty against the dark. This did not mean every household arranged animals in the same way. Wealthier families may have had separate stables or better divisions between human and livestock spaces. Poorer or colder homes may have kept animals closer. Regional climate mattered. Season mattered. The value of the animals mattered. But in many settings, humans and animals shared shelter more closely than most modern people would expect. And beyond practicality, animals carried spiritual associations. Cats belonged in the orbit of Freya, goddess of love, fertility, beauty, and powerful domestic forces. Dogs could be guardians, companions, and guides, sometimes associated with death or boundary-crossing figures in myth. Horses carried status and sacred meaning. Cows and goats represented nourishment, continuity, and survival. To sleep under the same roof as animals was not merely to tolerate them. It was to live inside a web of dependence. You rely on the goat for milk. The dog relies on you for food and belonging. The cat protects your grain. The sheep gives wool. The cow gives strength, milk, and wealth. At night, all of you breathe under the same roof, sharing warmth against winter. That is not chaos. That is relationship. You shift in your bedding. There is straw near your sleeve. A paw brushes your leg. Somewhere from the livestock end comes a sleepy bleat. The dog sighs heavily, as if carrying the emotional burden of the whole household. A cat steps over someone's blanket and claims a spot with complete authority. You smile without opening your eyes. The room is alive around you. Two-legged, four-legged, feathered, horned, whiskered, breathing. And somehow that makes sleep easier. You are not an isolated body in a sealed room. You are part of a small indoor ecosystem, a winter ark, a fur-draped universe held together by fire and shared heat. Eventually, your breathing slows with the rest of them. The animals sleep. The people sleep. The longhouse sleeps. And above it all, the sky keeps moving. Some nights, the moon rules everything. Tonight, the world outside is silver. A full moon hangs above the roofline, bright enough to turn snow into pale fire. Its light slips through smoke holes, cracks, and gaps in the thatch. It reaches your face where the blanket does not cover you, cool, thin, watchful. You are not fully awake, but not fully asleep either. Something about moonlight does that. The Vikings lived under a sky that mattered. The moon was not just decoration. It helped mark time, shape calendars, guide movement, and fill the imagination. Lunar phases were watched, named, and folded into the rhythm of work, travel, ritual, and belief. In Norse mythology, the moon was personified as Mani, who crossed the sky while pursued by the wolf Hati. The sun, Sul, had her own chariot and her own pursuer. These were not abstract lights. They were beings in motion, part of a cosmic chase that would one day end in catastrophe at Ragnarok. So when the moon changed, people noticed. A full moon could make the night feel alert, brighter, thinner, more exposed. Snow reflected its glow, turning the outside world strangely visible. Animals might seem restless. Children might have trouble settling. Adults might wake more often. Dreams might feel sharper. Was this biology, belief, or both? Probably both. The moon helped measure months. Farming, travel, feasts, rituals, and certain practical decisions could be linked to lunar cycles. In a world without electric calendars glowing on walls, the sky itself was a timekeeper. To watch the moon was to know where you were in the turning of days. But the moon also carried emotional and spiritual force. Many ancient cultures believed full moons could disturb sleep, intensify dreams, affect moods, or make the unseen world feel closer. The Norse world was no exception. A bright moonlit night could feel like an opening. You lie still under your furs as silver light touches the beams above. Someone across the room turns over. The dog near your feet sighs. A child mutters in sleep. The livestock are oddly quiet. No one says anything, but the atmosphere feels different. The moon is watching. Lunar symbols, crescents, circles, spirals, and other sky-linked shapes, appeared in ancient northern art and artifacts. Some may have been decorative, others may have carried protective or ritual meaning. The moon was connected not only with time, but with cycles, change, fertility, madness, dreams, and mystery. A restless sleeper during a full moon might be understood as sensitive to forces moving through the night. A child who cried under moonlight might not simply be tired. A dream that came during a bright lunar night might be remembered carefully. Again, modern people might call this superstition. But modern science has also explored whether lunar phases affect sleep, and some studies suggest small changes in sleep timing or depth around full moons. The Vikings did not have laboratories. They had observation, tradition, and centuries of watching bodies respond to the sky. And whether the moon changed the body or the belief changed the experience, the result was real enough to them. On full moon nights, some households may have stayed awake longer. More stories might be told. People might step outside and look over snowfields, fields, water, or forest paths, illuminated in ghostly light. The world did not look like day, but it was not fully night either. It belonged to an in-between realm. That in-between feeling mattered. Norse belief often treated boundaries as powerful. Doorways, shorelines, twilight, birth, death, dreams. Moonlit nights were another boundary. Not quite dark, not quite bright. Not quite safe, not quite dangerous. Perfect for omens. Perfect for uneasy sleep. Perfect for strange dreams. You close your eyes, but the light remains behind them. Images rise more vividly than usual. A river whispering under ice. A mountain with eyes. A raven landing on the roof and speaking in a voice you almost recognize. A god crossing snow without leaving footprints. You wake for a moment, heart beating a little faster. Is it the moon? A dream? A warning? A memory? You do not know. But in the Viking world, you would not need to decide immediately. You would remember it. You might tell someone in the morning. Or you might keep it close, waiting to see whether life begins to match the image. The moon was not always feared. It was also beautiful, useful, and sacred. It gave structure. It lit paths. It marked time. Women may have connected bodily rhythms and life events to lunar phases. Travelers could use moonlight. Rituals could be timed beneath it. Farmers and sailors watched it carefully. Still, when the moon was full and bright, sleep could become lighter. Not worse, exactly. Different. Some nights are for sinking deeply. Some nights are for drifting near the surface, listening. Tonight, the moon keeps you close to waking. You hear the dog move. You hear someone breathe. You hear the wind soften outside. The silver light shifts as clouds pass. Gradually, your body accepts the brightness. The tension leaves your shoulders. You stop resisting. The moon is not an interruption. It is a visitor. Eventually, sleep returns, slow and pale. Your breath evens out. The longhouse settles around you. Mani continues his journey across the sky, chased by the wolf, watched by the sleeping world below. And you dream under his light. Next, we move into a more tender part of Viking night, the role of closeness, affection, and human warmth. Because in the longhouse, sleep was rarely solitary, and comfort came not only from fire, wool, or fur, but from the living presence beside you. The fire has settled into a low bed of embers. Its glow is softer now, barely enough to color the walls in red and gold. Around the longhouse, people sleep in heavy bundles of wool and fur. Breathing rises and falls in the darkness. Wood creaks. A blanket rustles. Somewhere near the door, a dog exhales deeply and shifts its paws. In this dim, protected space, human closeness becomes one more source of warmth. Viking nights were not built around solitude. People slept near family, partners, children, elders, guests, servants, and animals. The longhouse did not create the kind of private separation we often expect today. Instead, it created a shared night world, where comfort came from knowing that other bodies were close, familiar, and alive. When we imagine Vikings, we often picture the harsh side of their lives. Cold seas, iron weapons, raids, ships, storms, and hard labor. But that is only one half of the picture. These were also people who loved, grieved, held one another, raised children, cared for the sick, protected elders, and found tenderness in a world that could be brutal. At night, that tenderness mattered. A couple might share bedding not only for warmth, but for emotional connection. A hand held under a blanket, a quiet word before sleep. A shoulder leaned against another shoulder after a long day. These small gestures were not dramatic, but they carried meaning. In a life filled with uncertainty, closeness reminded people that they were not facing the dark alone. Marriage in Viking society often had practical dimensions. It could involve property, alliances, inheritance, family strategy, and social obligation. But practical does not mean loveless. Sagas and poems sometimes preserve moments of loyalty, grief, affection, longing, and devotion. People built bonds through years of shared work, shared danger, shared children, shared winters, and shared fires. That kind of love may not always look soft from the outside. It may not come wrapped in modern romance, but it can be deep, steady, and very real. Inside the longhouse, privacy was limited. A family might sleep only a few steps away from another family member. Children might be close. Elders might be nearby. Servants or workers might sleep at the colder edges of the hall. And still, adults found ways to create quiet emotional space. A lowered voice, a turned back, a curtain, a shared blanket, a mutual understanding that people sometimes needed a moment that belonged only to them. This was a different kind of modesty, not one based on thick walls and locked doors, but on social awareness. People learned how to give each other room even when physical space was limited. Closeness was not always romantic either. In the Viking sleeping world, intimacy could mean many things. A child sleeping against a parent, siblings curled beneath the same wool covering, an elder resting with grandchildren nearby, a friend sharing warmth during travel, a dog stretched over someone's feet, a cat pressed into the crook of an arm. The central idea was presence. You knew who was near you. You heard them breathe. You felt the warmth of the group. That knowledge could calm the body more effectively than silence ever could. Modern sleep research often points to the calming effect of safety, routine, and trusted physical presence. The Vikings did not need clinical language for it. They simply lived it. A household that slept close together could regulate itself emotionally and physically. If a child woke frightened, someone was right there. If an elder needed help, someone heard. If danger approached, the whole house could respond. The group protected sleep, and sleep strengthened the group. This connection between rest and relationship is one of the most interesting parts of Viking night culture. In modern life, sleep is often treated as an individual project. Your mattress, your room, your app, your schedule, your routine. But in the longhouse, sleep belonged to the household. It was shared, managed, protected, and supported by everyone. That did not mean it was always peaceful. Someone snored, someone kicked, a child cried, a dog took up too much space. A tired worker came in late and disturbed others. A couple argued quietly. An old person coughed through the night. Real communal life was messy, But even that mess had familiarity. The sounds of your people were different from the sounds of danger. A known snore could be irritating, yes, but also reassuring. A child turning over meant life continued. A partner's breathing meant you were not alone. The house was full, and because it was full, it was safer. Norse mythology also gave importance to love, fertility, partnership, and domestic life. Freya, one of the most powerful goddesses, was associated with love, beauty, desire, fertility, magic, and also death in certain traditions. She was not a fragile figure. She represented forces that were emotional, physical, spiritual, and deeply human. In a Viking household, love and survival were not separate worlds. They belonged together. A long winter could test every bond. Food stores might run low. Work might be dangerous. Storms might trap people indoors. Illness could move through a household. In those conditions, affection was not decorative. It helped people endure. A shared blanket, a quiet reassurance, a familiar hand, a warm body nearby. These things could steady the mind. You lie in that longhouse now, listening to the night settle. The world outside is huge and cold. The world inside is small and warm. Someone close to you shifts under the bedding. You feel the movement, then stillness. No words are needed. The presence itself is enough. That is the tenderness of the Viking night, not polished, not private in the modern way, but rooted, physical, practical, and sincere. You sleep better because the room is not empty. You sleep better because the people around you form a shield. You sleep better because warmth is not only something the fire gives, it is something the household gives. But not every Viking night was peaceful. Some nights carried fear. The air feels different now, heavier. The fire still burns, but its glow does not comfort you as easily. The walls still hold, but the wind outside sounds sharper. You're wrapped in wool and fur, yet your body refuses to fully relax. Something in you is listening. The wood above creaks once. A goat exhales. Someone turns over. Still, sleep stays just out of reach. Viking nights could be deeply restful, but they were not always safe. These people lived close to real dangers: violent weather, wild animals, house fires, illness, feuds, theft, enemies, and the unknown forces of the unseen world. Fear was not imaginary. It had reasons. Start with the dangers you could understand clearly. Feuds were a serious part of Norse society. A conflict between families could last years, even generations. Insults, property disputes, killings, betrayals, broken agreements. Any of these could create enemies. And enemies did not always arrive in daylight. Sometimes danger came quietly at night, when a household was sleeping. So people took precautions. Doors were barred. Weapons might be kept within reach. Dogs slept near entrances. Some households may have arranged watches during tense periods. The longhouse was warm and communal, but it was also a defensive space. Sleep required trust, but trust had limits. Then there were fears that belonged to the spiritual world. The Vikings did not imagine darkness as empty. Beyond the firelight, the world remained alive with beings, memories, spirits, gods, ancestors, and dangers that were harder to name. One feared figure in Norse tradition was the Draugr. a restless dead being connected with burial mounds, old grudges, greed, violence, or unresolved trouble. These stories were not gentle ghost tales. They expressed anxiety about death that had not stayed buried, about the past returning in a hostile form. A person hearing those stories before sleep might feel very differently when the wind struck the door at midnight. Households used protective methods to guard themselves from what they feared. Charms might be hung near sleeping spaces. Runes could be carved into wood. Iron objects might be placed near thresholds. Herbs, such as juniper or mugwort, might be burned, carried, or tucked into bedding. Offerings could be made to ancestors, spirits, or powers connected with the land. To modern minds, this may sound like superstition. But within that worldview, it was practical protection. If the night held forces beyond human control, then you negotiated with them, honored them, warded them off, and showed respect. Even architecture could reflect fear. Doorways, house orientation, burial mounds, sacred groves, and paths associated with spirits all mattered in traditional belief. Some places were avoided. Some directions carried meaning. People did not build only against weather. They also built against unseen risk. And then there were the fears inside the mind. Not every sleepless night came from ghosts, enemies, or storms. Sometimes a person lay awake because of worry. Would the harvest last? Would the sheep survive winter? Would a son return from sea? Would a feud worsen? Had someone offended a neighbor? Was a dream a warning? Was the sickness in the house going to spread? These thoughts could keep anyone awake. In such moments, the communal longhouse helped. A person might whisper to someone nearby. A partner, sibling, parent, or friend might answer in the dark. There was comfort in being heard. The problem did not need to be solved immediately. The important thing was that the fear was not carried alone. Shared wakefulness became part of the night. Someone might sit by the fire and stir the coals. Someone might step outside briefly into the cold air to clear the mind. Someone might recite a protective verse or quietly speak to an ancestor. Someone might chew or brew a calming herb. Someone might simply lie still until the body remembered that the door was barred, the fire was alive, and the household was near. Even the gods were not always free from troubled knowledge. Odin, restless seeker of wisdom, was linked with sacrifice, prophecy, war, and the heavy awareness of fate. The gods themselves knew fear, loss, and doom. For people who believed these stories, that may have been strangely comforting. If even gods faced dark thoughts, then a sleepless human night was not shameful. Modern people often treat insomnia as a personal failure. The Vikings may have seen broken sleep differently. A restless night could mean something needed attention. A spirit, a memory, a duty, a fear, a warning, a watch, a story. Night was not always meant to be smooth. Some nights had to be endured. You turn under your blanket and try again. The sounds of the longhouse gather around you. Breathing, fire, an animal shifting, wind against wood. You remember the door is secured. You remember the charm above your sleeping place. You remember your kin are close. One thought at a time, the fear loosens. Sleep may not come quickly, But eventually it comes, and when it does, it carries you past the creaking beams, past the old stories, past the fear of footsteps in snow, into the deep place where the body can finally let go. But not all Viking sleep happened inside a longhouse. Sometimes the bed was a ship. The sea rocks beneath you like an enormous cradle that does not care whether you are comfortable. One moment the ship rises on a wave. The next, it drops into a dark trough, and your stomach follows slightly too late. Cold spray moves through the air. The wood creaks. A rope snaps against the mast. The stars wheel overhead. You are wrapped in your wool cloak, pressed against the curved side of a Viking ship, trying to sleep. And somehow you might manage it. Sleeping at sea was nothing like sleeping beside the hearth. There was no raised platform, no secure roof, no warm corner near the fire, no thick bedding arranged by family hands. A Viking ship was built for speed, endurance, shallow water, rowing, sailing, and carrying people across dangerous distances. It was not built for luxury. There were no private cabins on many of these vessels, no proper beds, no quiet rooms. The crew slept where space allowed, often exposed to the weather, the movement of the sea, and the smells of salt, wet wool, fish, tar, sweat, and wood. But Vikings adapted. That was one of their great strengths. A cloak could become a blanket. A sailcloth could become a cover. A shield might block wind. A bundle of gear could serve as a pillow. Men rested between the ribs of the ship, near their oars, against cargo, or wherever the deck offered enough space. No one expected comfort. The goal was recovery. Enough sleep to keep rowing, watching, fighting, navigating, and surviving. A longship could carry dozens of men. During calm stretches, when the sail carried the vessel or the ship drifted in safer waters, some crew members rested while others remained alert. Sleep came in shifts. Someone always had to watch the horizon, the wind, the stars, the coastline, or the water ahead. At sea, sleep could not be complete surrender. It was lighter, more tactical. The body rested, but the mind kept one edge awake. The soundscape was different, too. No longhouse fire, no goats, no thick walls. Instead, water slapped against the hull, ropes creaked, the sail shifted, wood groaned under pressure. Men coughed, muttered, or snored in damp cloaks. The sea itself never stopped moving. For some, that motion may have been sickening. For experienced sailors, it could become calming. People raised near fjords and boats learned balance early. The rocking of the ship became familiar. The rhythm of waves became a lullaby, not because it was gentle, but because it was known. You learn to breathe with the movement. Resist it, and the body stays tense. Follow it, and sleep becomes possible. A strange fact of Viking culture is that ships were connected not only with travel, but with death and memory. Important people could be buried in ships or boat-shaped graves, accompanied by goods, animals, weapons, and objects, meant for the journey beyond. The ship that carried a person in life could symbolically carry them into the next world. So sleeping in a ship while alive carried its own quiet poetry. The vessel was both danger and shelter, tool and home, cradle and possible coffin. During difficult voyages, rest came in fragments. A short sleep before rowing resumed. A few hours during a calm night. A stolen nap after a watch. During raids or dangerous crossings, exhaustion could become intense. Men learned to sleep wherever and whenever they could, because refusal to rest could be deadly. This was not the deep, protected sleep of the winter longhouse. It was survival sleep, functional sleep, warrior sleep. And still, it mattered. A person who could rest on a moving ship could recover enough strength to row at dawn. A crew that organized sleep well could travel farther. A watch system could keep the group alive while allowing others to close their eyes. Even at sea, Viking sleep remained communal, practical, and rhythmic. You turn slightly on the hardboards. A knot in the wood presses into your side. Your cloak is damp at the edge. A man nearby mutters in his sleep. Another sits awake on watch, looking into darkness. He is tired too, but his eyes stay open because the ship depends on him. The stars above are vast. The water below is black. The ship feels impossibly small. And yet you sleep. Not beautifully, not deeply, but enough. Enough to keep going. Enough to remain human. Enough to meet the next shore. Because even Vikings on dragon-proud ships, even raiders, traders, explorers, and sailors had to close their eyes eventually. And this leads us to another essential part of Viking night, the watch. Somebody always had to stay awake. The fire has faded to its last golden bones. Most of the longhouse sleeps. Bodies are bundled under furs. Children are tucked between adults. Animals are quiet. Even the wind seems to pause between gusts. But you are awake. It is your turn. Night watch was not simply a chore. It was responsibility. In a world without locks, alarms, police sirens, emergency calls, or electric lights, someone had to stand between the sleeping household and the dark. That duty could happen in the longhouse, at sea, in a camp, near livestock, or beside a shoreline. The form changed, but the meaning stayed the same. Stay awake. Listen. Protect the others. Inside the longhouse, night watch might involve sitting near the hearth, feeding the coals, watching for sparks, checking that the fire did not die or spread. It meant listening for wolves, footsteps, strange animal behavior, or weather turning dangerous. It meant glancing toward the door, toward sleeping children, toward elders, toward valuable animals. The whole room trusted the watcher. At sea, the watch was sharper. No fire, no walls, only water, wind, stars, and darkness. A watcher had to notice changes in weather, approaching land, hidden rocks, enemy sails, or anything unusual in the movement of the ship. Sleep for everyone else depended on the alertness of one or two people. And yet, this did not necessarily destroy the sleep rhythm. Viking rest was flexible. People did not always rely on one unbroken block of sleep. Segmented sleep, naps, watches, first sleep and second sleep. These kinds of patterns fit naturally into a world where night had duties. A person might sleep after sunset, wake for a watch, then sleep again before dawn. Another might take the next shift. The household or crew shared the burden. The sleep was not only personal recovery, it was coordinated survival. During the watch, the night felt different. The sleeping world around you became something entrusted to your care. You heard every small sound more clearly. A log cracking, a child breathing, a dog twitching, snow against the wall, the faint movement of animals, your own heartbeat. The dark was not empty. It was full of things you had to interpret. Sometimes watch was lonely. Sometimes two people shared it and spoke softly. These quiet hours could create a special kind of honesty. When everyone else slept, people might admit fears, discuss plans, remember the dead, speak of dreams, or simply sit together without needing to fill the silence. It was also a spiritual hour. Many cultures have treated the middle of the night as a time when boundaries thin. For the Norse, this made sense. Darkness belonged to dreams, spirits, ancestors, and powers, moving beyond ordinary sight. The Watcher guarded not only against human enemies or sparks from the hearth, but against whatever the imagination believed could travel through the night. To stay awake, a person might move around the room, rub tired limbs, chew something bitter, step briefly into cold air, or tend the fire with deliberate care. The point was not heroic suffering, it was steadiness. Eventually another person stirred. A shift changed. A cloak was passed over shoulders. A nod was given. The Watcher became a sleeper again, and that sleep, when it came, must have felt like reward. You lie down after your watch. The room you guarded now holds you. The fire is steady because you kept it steady. The child is covered because you noticed. The dog is calm. The door is secure. The night did not break in. Your body relaxes all at once. Sleep rushes up like a tide. And for a few hours, someone else holds the dark back for you. And now, as the long Viking night begins to loosen its grip, it is time to step back and look at everything this world has shown us. The fire is almost gone. The hearth no longer throws tall shadows across the beams. Only a low red glow remains beneath a layer of ash. Morning does not arrive suddenly. It slips in quietly, almost shyly, through cracks in the timber and gaps near the roof. Somewhere outside, a rooster calls with a rough, impatient voice. A dog lifts its head, listens, then lowers it again. Someone under the blanket stretches slowly, still half inside a dream. You are warm, heavy, rested, and before the day fully begins, one question remains. What did the Vikings understand about sleep that we have forgotten? Because if you look at their world through modern eyes, it seems almost impossible that they slept well at all. Their homes were smoky, their winters were brutal, their beds were not soft by our standards, their rooms were crowded, their animals slept nearby, storms shook the walls. Enemies could exist beyond the door. Spirits, dreams, and omens filled the imagination. There were no perfect mattresses, no blackout curtains, no white noise devices, no sleep-tracking watches, no carefully controlled bedroom temperature. And yet, in many ways, their sleep world was built around things the modern body still craves. The first lesson is rhythm. The Vikings did not fight the natural clock as aggressively as we do. Their lives moved with the sun, the seasons, the weather, and the demands of the household. Summer brought long days, movement, outdoor work, and lighter sleep. Winter brought darkness, slower routines, longer rest, and deeper sleep cycles. They did not force every night into the same strict pattern. They adapted. Sleep was not one rigid block that had to happen perfectly, or be considered a failure. It could come in waves. A first sleep after sunset. A quiet, wakeful period in the night. A second sleep before morning. A nap by the fire. A short rest on a ship. A heavy collapse after hard labor. The body was allowed to respond to reality. Modern life often treats tiredness like an inconvenience. The Vikings treated it like information. If the body needed rest, rest mattered. If the season demanded more sleep, people slept more. If the night required a watch, sleep shifted around the duty. Energy was not something to dominate with caffeine, screens, and stubbornness. It was something to manage wisely. The second lesson is environment. A Viking sleeping space was not sterile, but it was biologically powerful. It was dark, truly dark, not dimmed by curtains while streetlights leaked through, not interrupted by glowing devices, not polluted by blue light late into the night. When darkness came, it meant something. The body understood that the day was ending. Their light was firelight, low, warm, flickering, amber. It did not shock the eyes awake. It softened them. It drew the mind toward story, quiet and sleep. The gradual movement from daylight to firelight to embers was a natural descent, one we often interrupt today with screens and artificial brightness. The air was also different. Cool, sometimes cold, often imperfect but alive. A Viking longhouse was not sealed into an artificial climate. There were drafts, smoke vents, breathing walls, and the constant negotiation between warmth and cold. Under heavy bedding, the body stayed warm, while the face could breathe cooler air. Modern sleep science now often recommends cooler sleeping environments, but the Vikings lived that way by necessity. Cold air, warm body, heavy blankets, low light. That combination is ancient. Then there were the materials. Wool, fur, feathers, straw, moss, linen, leather, herbs, smoke. Viking bedding was made from the world around them. These materials were not chosen for style. They were chosen because they worked. Wool held warmth, even when damp. Fur trapped heat. Feathers softened the head and body. Straw or moss could create a practical mattress layer. Heavy blankets pressed the body down with a grounding weight. Today, people buy weighted blankets, breathable natural fibers, cooling pillows, organic bedding, and sleep products designed to regulate temperature. The Vikings were doing a rougher, older version of the same thing, not because it was fashionable, but because survival demanded it. Their comfort was not fragile, it was functional. A blanket was not just a blanket. It was hours of spinning and weaving. A fur was not just decoration. It was protection from winter. A feather cushion was not just softness. It was a household treasure. The bed was made from labor, skill, animals, land, and memory. That kind of bedding carries meaning. The fourth lesson is community. This may be the biggest difference between Viking sleep and modern sleep. They did not usually sleep alone. Children, elders, parents, workers, guests, dogs, cats, and sometimes livestock All shared the night under one roof. To modern ears, that sounds crowded and uncomfortable. But to the Viking body and mind, it meant warmth, protection, and belonging. The sound of others' breathing was not always a disturbance. It was reassurance. The shifting of animals, the sigh of a dog, the murmur of a child, the crackling of fire. These sounds told the nervous system that the group was alive and nearby. In a dangerous world, being alone was not peaceful. Being alone could mean vulnerability. Togetherness helped people rest. A child who woke frightened did not have to cry alone in another room. An elder who needed help could be heard. A dog near the door could alert everyone. A partner's hand, a sibling's warmth, a cat curled into the blankets. These were not luxuries. They were part of the emotional architecture of sleep. Modern culture often prizes perfect individual sleep conditions. The Vikings remind us that safety is social. Then there is touch. Not only romantic touch, though that mattered too, but ordinary, human, grounding contact. A child leaning against a parent, a grandchild near an elder, a dog across the feet, a shoulder against a shoulder, a shared blanket on a cold night. The body relaxes differently when it feels trusted warmth nearby. The Vikings did not need to explain this with hormones, cortisol, nervous system regulation, or attachment theory. They knew the practical truth. People sleep better when they feel held by something larger than themselves. And that something larger was not only the household, it was also belief. The Viking attitude toward dreams gave sleep a depth many modern people have lost. Dreams were not dismissed as nonsense. They could be warnings, messages, memories, prophecies, visits, or signs from ancestors and gods. Whether every dream was believed literally or not, the sleeping mind was treated with respect. A dream could be discussed, remembered, interpreted, acted upon. That changes the way sleep feels. It is no longer wasted time. It becomes a journey, a conversation, a crossing into another layer of reality. To close your eyes was not to disappear from life. It was to enter a different part of it. Even fear had a place in their sleep culture. Not every night was peaceful. Some nights brought anxiety, danger, bad dreams, strange sounds, or the need for a watch. But the Vikings did not necessarily treat broken sleep as failure. A night could be interrupted and still meaningful. A wakeful hour could be used for prayer, fire tending, quiet conversation, reflection, or guarding the household. If you woke in the night, it did not automatically mean something had gone wrong. Maybe the fire needed tending. Maybe the gods were near. Maybe the mind needed to speak. Maybe it was simply time to sit in the dark for a while, then sleep again. That is very different from the modern panic of waking at 3 a.m, checking the clock, calculating lost sleep, and turning rest into a performance. The Vikings had a looser, more forgiving relationship with the night. The night could break open, and then close again. Of course, we should not romanticize everything. Viking sleep was not perfect. People got cold. People got sick. Smoke irritated lungs. Bedding could be rough. Houses could be crowded. A bad winter could make every night anxious. Pain, hunger, injury, grief, and danger all existed. Many people probably had terrible nights, but the larger pattern remains powerful. Sleep was woven into life, not separated from it. It was communal, seasonal, physical, spiritual, practical, respected. And strangely, many things modern sleep culture is rediscovering were already present in Viking life. Cooler rooms, heavy blankets, natural fibers, evening light reduction, sauna and heat rituals, segmented sleep, dream reflection, soundscapes, co-sleeping with pets, less artificial stimulation, more respect for darkness. These are not brand new discoveries. They are old human instincts returning through modern language. So what could we borrow from them? Not the smoke-filled rafters, probably. Not the goat beside the bed, unless your life has taken a very specific turn. Not the fear of Draugr scratching at the door. But the principles, those are worth keeping. Dim the lights earlier. Let evening actually become evening. Stop blasting your eyes with artificial brightness right before bed. Use warmth carefully. Warm bedding, warm drink, warm light, but cooler air if possible. Let the room feel less like a control center and more like a shelter. Use natural textures when you can. Let a blanket have weight. Let the body feel held. Do not treat every nighttime waking as disaster. Sometimes the mind surfaces for a reason. Breathe. Sit quietly. Let the moment pass. Return to sleep without turning it into a battle. And maybe, if you wake in the dark, remember the night watch. Somewhere in the old Viking imagination, being awake at night was not always failure. Sometimes it was duty. Sometimes it was reflection. Sometimes it was simply your turn to keep the fire. Then, when sleep returns, let it return. The Vikings understood that rest was not weakness. Rest was readiness. A body that cannot sleep cannot row, farm, fight, heal, think, love, or endure winter. Sleep was not separate from strength. It was one of strength's foundations. They did not sleep like warriors because they were trying to look brave. They slept because the world was too hard not to. And that may be the deepest lesson. A good night's sleep is a shield, not because it protects you from everything, but because it restores the part of you that must face everything. One ember, one blanket, one steady breath, one warm body nearby. One night survived. Now, the Viking longhouse begins to fade. The fire becomes memory. The snow outside the timber walls dissolves into the ordinary room around you. There is no thatched roof overhead, no carved beams, no goat trying to climb into your bedding, no old woman by the hearth explaining a dream about ravens, no ship waiting in the fjord. You are back in your own world. Maybe there is a fan humming softly. Maybe a lamp is still glowing when it should already be off. Maybe the city outside your window is making its usual distant noise. Maybe your phone is too close. Maybe your mind is still trying to carry the weight of the day. But something from the Viking night remains. A rhythm, a reminder. The body does not need perfection to rest. It needs safety, warmth, darkness, trust, a slower ending, a place where the mind can release its grip. You may not sleep on straw or under wolf pelts. You may not bank a fire before bed or listen for wolves beyond the wall, but you can still make the night feel more human. Close the laptop earlier, lower the light, Let your room cool slightly. Use a blanket that feels grounding. Let your pet sleep nearby if that comforts you. Let silence be imperfect. Let darkness be welcome. Let dreams matter, even if only for a moment in the morning. And if you wake tonight with your heart racing for no obvious reason, or your mind replaying something from years ago, do not panic immediately. Breathe. Imagine the old night watch. Someone sitting beside embers, listening to the wind, waiting calmly for sleep to return. You are not broken because you woke. You are simply awake in the dark, and the dark does not have to be your enemy. The best sleep is not really about perfect silence, expensive bedding, or flawless routine. It is about safety, a body at ease, a mind allowed to wander, a space that can hold you while you dream. For the Vikings, that space might have been a longhouse, a ship, a bathhouse, a winter hall, or a sleeping platform near the fire. For you, it may simply be your bed, but the need is the same: warmth, trust, rest. So take a breath, let it go. The night is here, and you do not have to fight it. Somewhere far back in time, under a roof of timber and frost, a fire burns low. Snow presses softly against the walls. A dog sleeps across someone's feet. A child dreams of ravens. An elder breathes beside the hearth. The moon looks through the smoke hole. The whole longhouse rises and falls in one slow rhythm. And in that rhythm is an old truth. A person who knows how to rest is not weak. A person who knows how to rest is prepared. Because even the strongest warriors eventually have to close their eyes. And sometimes the bravest thing the body can do is let go. Your eyes open in the middle of the night. Not with panic. Not because something has gone wrong. Not because a nightmare has thrown you out of sleep. You wake slowly, naturally, as if some quiet part of your body has gently lifted you back toward the surface. The longhouse is dark, but not dead. The fire still glows in the center of the room, low and red beneath the ash. Around you, people shift beneath their blankets. Someone sits up near the hearth. Another person quietly reaches for a cloak. A log is moved and sparks rise for a moment before fading into the smoky rafters. This is not insomnia. This is the midnight gap. For many people in the pre-industrial world, including those living in Northern Europe, sleep was not always one long, uninterrupted block. Instead, the night could be divided into two parts: a first sleep, then a period of calm wakefulness, then a second sleep before morning. The Vikings likely knew this rhythm well. You would fall asleep not long after the evening had settled. The fire would dim. The stories would fade. The household would sink into several hours of deep rest. Then, somewhere in the thick middle of the night, people might begin to wake naturally. Not everyone, not always, but often enough that it became part of the night's pattern. And this wakeful stretch was not treated like a problem. Nobody grabbed a clock and started calculating how much sleep they were losing. Nobody lay there in frustration, furious at the body for waking. There was no modern panic of, I have to fall asleep immediately, or tomorrow is ruined. The night was wider than that. It had room inside it. During this quiet middle period, people might tend the fire. Someone could warm a little water or broth. A parent might check on a child. A person might step carefully over sleeping bodies to adjust a blanket, secure the door, or look at the weather outside. Some might whisper with someone else who had woken. Others might sit silently, watching the coals pulse in the dark. The atmosphere was different at this hour. The longhouse felt suspended between worlds. Most of the household still slept. The outside world was black and cold. The firelight barely reached the walls. Voices, if they came at all, were low and careful. This was not the busy life of daytime. It was not even the social warmth of evening. It was something stranger, a hidden chamber inside the night. You sit up slowly, pulling a wool cloak over your shoulders. The air is cool on your face. Your body is rested but not finished resting. You are awake enough to think, but not so awake that the day has returned. Someone near the hearth hands you a warm cup. Maybe it is milk, broth, or water heated over the coals. You hold it in both hands and feel the warmth seep into your fingers. Across from you, another person is staring into the fire, still half inside a dream. At this hour, dreams were close. A person might wake from the first sleep, with images still vivid in the mind. A raven, a dead relative, a strange tree, a voice beneath the snow, a ship sailing through a sky without stars. In a Viking household, such things could be worth mentioning. The middle of the night was a good time for whispers. A dream shared at the hearth before dawn might feel more powerful than the same dream told in daylight. The midnight gap could become spiritual. The Norse world was full of thresholds, shorelines, doorways, burial mounds, twilight, birth, death, sleep. This wakeful stretch belonged to that same family of in-between places. You were not fully in the day, but not fully in dreams. The body had returned, but the mind still carried the scent of the other world. Some people may have used this time for quiet prayer, offerings, or protective acts. A bit of food might be placed aside. A few words might be spoken to ancestors. A person might look toward the door and listen to the wind, wondering what moved beyond the walls. This was not productivity in the modern sense. Nobody was waking to get ahead. Nobody was forcing themselves into work. The tasks were small, slow, and tied to the rhythm of the house. Mend a tear, tend a coal. Think through a worry. Speak softly with someone trusted. Remember a dream. Then, after a while, sleep would return. You begin to feel it again. The heaviness behind the eyes, the softening of the spine, the slow pull downward. The fire has been fed. The room is still safe. A few others have already settled back into their bedding. Someone lies down and disappears beneath fur. A dog sighs without waking. You return to your place on the platform. The blanket is still warm from your body. You slide beneath it and feel the second sleep waiting. This second sleep can feel deeper, stranger, more dream-rich. The first sleep took the edge off exhaustion. The midnight gap opened a quiet passage. Now the body sinks again, but differently, more slowly, more heavily. The mind is loose and receptive. No alarm waits to punish you. No clock judges the interruption. The night simply folds around you for the second time. And this flexible way of sleeping becomes even more important when you remember how extreme the northern seasons could be. In Viking lands, time did not behave politely. Winter stretched the night until it nearly swallowed the day. Summer did the opposite. The sun could linger so long that darkness barely arrived. Depending on where you lived, the year could swing from endless shadow to endless light, and the body had to adapt to both. In winter, sleep was long, layered, and heavy. Darkness might last 18 or 20 hours in the far north. People slowed down. Work shifted indoors where possible. The fire became the center of life. Bodies conserved energy. Sleep could arrive in long waves, broken by brief wakeful periods, meals, chores, and more rest. But as the wheel of the year turned and spring moved toward summer, everything changed. The snow melted. The air softened. The ground opened. The sea became more active. Animals needed attention. Boats had to be repaired. Fields had to be worked. Fish had to be caught. Buildings needed fixing. Tools needed sharpening. Trade and travel became easier. Summer was a season of movement. And then came the strange northern light. In some regions, the sun did not fully disappear for weeks. It dipped low, glowed along the horizon, then rose again without ever giving the world a proper night. The sky stayed pale, gold, blue, or silver when it should have been black. Light slipped through every gap in the longhouse. It touched the beams, the bedding, the faces of sleepers. To modern people, this sounds like a recipe for sleeplessness. But the Vikings adapted. They did not try to force winter sleep into summer. They changed with the season. Sleep could become shorter, lighter, and more flexible. A person might rest for a few hours, wake early, work long into the bright night, then nap when the body demanded it. Fishermen might leave at odd hours. Children might still be playing when the sun hovered near the horizon. Adults might work later because the light allowed it. The schedule belonged to the season, not to a clock. Inside the longhouse, the heavy winter bedding might be packed away or reduced. Thick layers gave way to lighter wool and fewer furs. Ventilation openings could be used more freely. The air smelled less of deep smoke and more of earth, grass, drying herbs, and open wind. The fire still mattered, but not always for survival heat. Sometimes it helped keep insects away. Sometimes it remained because the hearth was simply the household center. Summer sleep was not necessarily worse. It was different. The body was tired from long days of work. The mind was filled with light, movement, and activity. When sleep came, it might come quickly, even if the sky was still bright. A person did not need perfect darkness when exhaustion, habit, and seasonal rhythm all work together. You lie on the platform in summer now. The wool over you is lighter. The room smells green and smoky. Herbs hang above the hearth. Someone has placed wildflowers in a wooden bowl. Outside, laughter still drifts through the air, even though the hour feels late. The sun rests low, but refuses to vanish. Your modern mind might say, "This is wrong. It is too bright to sleep." Your Viking body says, "I am tired." So you sleep. Not always for as long as in winter, not always in one stretch, but enough. And when sleep does not come, people do not panic. They sit outside, they talk, they sing softly. They watch the pale sky hover between day and night. They wait until the rhythm swings back, because it always does. That may be one of the most useful lessons from this world. Sleep is not the same in every season. Winter asks for depth. Summer asks for flexibility. Spring and autumn recalibrate the body. The Vikings were not trying to obey a universal sleep formula. They listened to weather, light, labor, hunger, temperature, and need. Their rest was not rigid. It moved. And because their sleep moved, it survived. As evening returns again, another part of the Viking night comes into view. What people consumed, smelled, burned, brewed, or carried into sleep. You have just finished the evening meal. There may be stew, barley, greens, dried fish, salted meat, or bread. The fire is low. Conversation is slower now. Someone passes a drinking horn filled with mead, fermented honey drink, golden and fragrant, associated with feasts, poetry, gods, and social warmth. Mead was not just alcohol in the modern party sense. In Norse imagination, it had symbolic power. It belonged to hospitality, celebration, storytelling, and myth. The famous mead of poetry was said to grant wisdom and inspiration. A drink could loosen speech, soften the mood, and make the room feel more open. In the evening, a little mead might help mark the transition from work to rest. The important thing was the ritual around it. Shared firelight, conversation, warmth, and the sense that the day had ended. The drink was part of the atmosphere, not a modern sleep hack. The Vikings also knew plants. They lived close to the land in a way most modern people do not. Herbs, roots, berries, bark, resins, and leaves could be used for food, medicine, scent, ritual, pest control, and comfort. People knew what grew nearby, what could be brewed, what could be burned, what might calm the body, and what might protect a sleeping space. Juniper could be burned or used for its sharp, cleansing scent. Yarrow, thyme, mugwort, and other local plants might be used in different ways depending on region and tradition. Some herbs were associated with dreams, others with protection, others with soothing the body. A bundle might hang near a bed. A scent might drift through the longhouse. A plant might be tucked near the head, not as decoration, but as part of the night's protective world. The smell mattered. A Viking sleeping place might carry the scent of smoke, wool, herbs, leather, pine, and warm bodies. To us, that may sound intense. To them, it was familiar. The right scent could mean safety. A dried herb above the bed, a smoky blanket, a fresh branch near the hearth. These things shaped the mood of sleep. There are also theories about the ritual use of stronger plants or mushrooms in some northern traditions, especially in spiritual contexts. This is a complicated and debated area, and it should not be treated casually. What matters for our story is not the idea of ordinary bedtime use, but the broader Norse belief that nature contained substances capable of changing perception, dreams, and spiritual experience. Such things belonged, when they appeared at all, to ritual knowledge, danger, caution, and specialized use. Not everyday comfort. More ordinary herbal practices were likely far more common. A person might drink a simple, warm infusion. Another might breathe in the scent of herbs drying overhead. Someone else might keep a protective bundle near the sleeping space. These practices blurred the line between medicine and magic, because in that world, the two were not always separate. If a plant helped calm the body, perhaps it also pleased a spirit. If smoke cleared insects, perhaps it also drove away bad dreams. If a scent reminded you of protection, perhaps protection became easier to feel. You sit near the fire after the meal. The air is thick with warmth and low voices. The sharp scent of crushed herbs lingers on someone's hands. The mead horn has passed on. No one is rushing. No one is trying to force sleep. The household is slowly shaping the conditions for it. The fire dims. The voices soften. A child curls into a blanket. A dog presses itself closer to the hearth. Your thoughts begin to move more slowly, not because of one magical ingredient, but because the whole evening is working together. Food, warmth, scent, ritual, darkness, company, story. That is the real Viking sleep aid. Not one herb, not one drink, not one object. The entire environment. The land gave materials. The household gave safety. The fire gave light. The season gave rhythm. The stories gave meaning. The body gave exhaustion. Sleep came from all of it. And when you finally lie down, the scent of smoke and herbs still clings to the bedding. Your limbs feel heavy. The longhouse breathes. The roof creaks softly. Somewhere outside, the night gathers around the walls. You are not escaping the world by sleeping. You are entering another layer of it. Let us stay a little longer with those quiet substances of the Viking night. The drinks, herbs, scents, and the strange natural materials that hovered at the edge between medicine, ritual, and dream. The drinking horn passes from hand to hand near the fire. Inside is mead, warm in color and faintly sweet, made from fermented honey, water, and sometimes fruit, spices, or herbs. It is not just a drink. In the Viking imagination, mead belongs to poetry, feasting, wisdom, courage, and storytelling. It loosens the tongue, softens the room, and gives the evening a ceremonial glow. A few sips after a hard day could change the feeling of the body. The shoulders release. The voice drops lower. The mind stops gripping the day so tightly. Around the hearth, mead helps conversation stretch into story, and story helps the household drift towards sleep. But this is important. In that world, the power of mead was not only physical, it was symbolic. Norse myth speaks of the mead of poetry, a magical drink connected with inspiration and wisdom. Whether people understood that myth literally, poetically, or somewhere between the two, it shows something important about the culture. A drink could be more than refreshment. It could become a bridge between people, between speech and song, between waking and dreaming, between ordinary thought and something deeper. The fire burns low. Someone tells a story. Someone else laughs softly. A child, already half asleep, hears only fragments. Odin, giants, a stolen drink, a raven, a hall far away. The words mix with warmth and smoke until the room itself seems to dream. And then there are the plants. The Norse world was full of practical plant knowledge. People knew what grew in forests, fields, marshes, mountainsides, and near the edges of settlements. They knew which herbs smelled clean, which roots were bitter, which berries could be used, which plants were dangerous, and which seemed to calm the body or sharpen the mind. This knowledge was not written in neat modern labels. It lived in hands, memory, habit, and tradition. A grandmother might know which herb to hang near a bed. A healer might know which root to boil. A woman preparing bedding might know which plant could help keep pests away. A traveler might carry a small bundle because it smelled protective, familiar, or sacred. Juniper was especially powerful in atmosphere. Burned near the hearth, it could release a sharp, resinous scent, something between forest and smoke. It could make the air feel cleaner and more guarded. Whether people thought of it as medicine, protection, scent, or ritual, it changed the room. Yarrow, thyme, mugwort, and other herbs could also belong to this sleep world. Some were practical, some were symbolic, some were used for wounds, digestion, women's health, protection, or dream work, depending on local tradition. The exact use varied by place and period, but the larger idea was clear. The land provided tools, and people listened to the land. A small bundle might hang above a sleeping platform. Another might be tucked inside cloth. Herbs could be dried overhead, stored in little bags, burned gently, or placed near the head. The scent did not need to be sweet in a modern perfume sense. It could be bitter, green, smoky, sharp, earthy. To the people of the house, those smells meant familiarity. A sleeping place could smell like wool, fire, herbs, and winter. That was comfort. Mugwort, in particular, was often associated in European traditions with dreams, protection, and altered states of sleep. Imagine lying down with that strong herbal scent near you, the fire flickering through your closed eyelids, stories of ancestors still turning in your thoughts. Whether the herb truly changed the dream or simply made the dream feel important, the result was the same. Sleep became meaningful. Valerian-like calming roots and other sedative plants may also have been known in northern herbal practice. A bitter root could be brewed, chewed, or kept as part of a healer's knowledge. The taste would not have been pleasant, but medicine rarely was. The point was effect, not luxury. And then we reach the more mysterious side of the subject: mushrooms and stronger natural substances. There are theories that some northern peoples, especially in regions where Norse and Sami traditions touched, may have known about powerful mushrooms such as Amanita muscaria, the red and white mushroom that appears in so many old northern images and stories. Its use is debated and should not be treated as ordinary Viking bedtime practice. It was risky, specialized, and connected more with ritual or altered states than casual sleep. But the fact that such theories exist tells us something about the broader cultural landscape. The boundary between sleep, vision, medicine, magic, and danger was not always clear. Some substances could bring strange dreams. Some could harm. Some could be used only by people believed to have special knowledge. Nature was not seen as harmless. It was powerful. The wise person did not simply consume whatever grew nearby. The wise person knew the difference between help and danger. That difference mattered. For ordinary households, Simple herbal comfort was far more important than dramatic visions. A warm drink, a familiar scent, a smoke-cleansed blanket, a bundle of protective plants, a little mead by the fire. These were the things most likely to shape the evening. And they worked not because they were magical in a simple way, but because they belonged to a complete ritual environment. The day had been physically demanding. The meal was warm. The fire was low. The room was dark. The people were close. The stories were old. The herbs smelled of land and memory. The bedding was heavy. The body understood the message. Sleep is coming. Some scholars debate how widespread these practices were. Were herbs used nightly or only sometimes? Were dream-associated plants common or rare? Did people understand them as medicine, household craft, religion, or all of these together? The answer probably depended on region, status, family tradition, and the knowledge of particular women and healers. But it is safe to say that Viking sleep did not exist apart from the natural world. It was filled with materials gathered, grown, burned, brewed, woven, hunted, preserved, and remembered. Even burial practices hint at this connection. Grave goods sometimes included textiles, household objects, food, drink, or items that may have carried symbolic meaning for the journey after death. To place useful or meaningful objects with the dead was to recognize that sleep, death, and travel into another realm were connected in the imagination. A blanket could matter. A drink could matter. A charm could matter. A herb bundle could matter. The things that helped you cross into dreams might also belong near the final crossing. Now you are back beside the fire. The horn has passed on. The room is quieter. Someone hums a low tune in the dark. The scent of crushed herbs lingers on a hand, a sleeve, a pillow, a beam overhead. You are not intoxicated or overwhelmed. You are simply ready. Your thoughts slow. The firelight pulses. The longhouse breathes. You roll onto your side, pulling the fur closer to your chest. The wool presses down with familiar weight. Somewhere nearby, a child whispers in sleep. A dog stretches and settles again. The smell of smoke, herbs, and warm bodies gathers around you like a second blanket. This is not escape. This is entry. Sleep, for the Vikings, was not a blank disappearance from the world. It was a movement into another layer of it. A layer where the body repaired itself, where dreams spoke, where ancestors might appear, where the gods might send signs, where fear could soften, and where the household renewed its strength for another day. And when morning finally came, it did not come with a scream. No alarm, no bell, no sudden shock of artificial sound. Only the slow return of life. The fire has cooled. The embers are dim. A faint grey light touches the smoke-dark beams above. Somewhere near the livestock end, an animal begins to stir. A person coughs softly. Someone shifts under a blanket. The longhouse does not wake all at once. It rises in layers, like mist lifting from a field. You open your eyes because your body is ready. That is the first difference. There is no device demanding that you tear yourself out of sleep before your mind has fully returned. No bright screen, no frantic calculation of what time it is, no sharp border between unconsciousness and obligation. Waking is a process, not an attack. The Vikings had timekeeping methods, of course. They observed the sun, stars, moon, tides, shadows, seasons, and weather. They were not careless people drifting through life without structure. Farmers, sailors, traders, warriors, and household managers all needed timing. But ordinary waking followed natural cues more than mechanical ones. Light through the roof, the cooling of the fire, the movement of animals, the sound of someone preparing food, the first voice near the hearth, the body's own feeling of completion. In summer, light might wake you early. It slips through the cracks, touches the walls, and tells the brain that the world has returned. In winter, when the sun is late or almost absent, the household itself becomes the clock. Someone tends the fire. Someone opens the door. Someone begins the work that cannot wait. You sit up slowly. Your body is stiff but rested. Your arms remember yesterday's work. Your back remembers labor. But the sleep has done its work. You are not fresh in a modern luxury hotel way. You are restored in a practical way. Ready enough. That is all the day asks at first. A warm drink may be passed to you. Perhaps broth. Perhaps water warmed near the fire. Perhaps something simple left from the night before. You do not need a rush of stimulation. You are not trying to recover from a night spent fighting electric light and endless thoughts. The morning arrives from the same world that gave you sleep. The longhouse begins to move. Blankets are folded or pushed aside. Someone checks the fire. A child complains softly and is ignored with affection. A dog stretches dramatically, as if it carried the whole night alone. Livestock stir. The door opens and cold air enters in a clean wave. The day has begun, but it begins without panic. This is another Viking sleep lesson. Waking was integrated into life. It was not a separate performance. There was no complicated morning routine designed to fix a broken night. If the night had been deep, the body rose. If the night had been broken, the body adapted. If winter called for more rest came later. If summer demanded work, people moved. The rhythm was not always easy, but it was coherent. Modern people often wake into conflict. The body wants darkness, but the alarm demands movement. The mind wants stillness, but the phone delivers stress. The room still feels like night, but the schedule says day. Viking waking was not free from hardship, but it was more connected to the world outside the body. That connection matters. You stand, wrap your cloak around your shoulders, and step toward the hearth. The old warmth is still there beneath the ash. Someone adds fuel. A small flame returns. Smoke rises. The house inhales. Outside, the world waits. Fields, sea, animals, wood, tools, weather, duty. Inside, the memory of sleep remains in your bones. You do not feel cheated. You feel used and renewed, like a tool sharpened overnight, like a ship pulled safely onto shore, like a fire that never fully went out. And maybe that is why Viking sleep still fascinates us. Not because it was perfect. It was not. Not because their beds were better. Often they were not. Not because their nights were always peaceful. They certainly were not. It fascinates us because their rest belonged to a whole system of living. Work made the body tired. Darkness gave permission. Fire created transition. Community created safety. Bedding created warmth. Dreams created meaning. Morning created return. Nothing was separate. Everything fed the next thing. You wake because you slept. You work because you woke. You rest because you worked. You dream because the night opened. Then you begin again. Now step back from the longhouse for a moment. The fire, the smoke, the fur, the cold air, the animals, the stories, the dreams, all of it begins to form one complete picture. Viking sleep was not one trick. It was not one special blanket, one perfect room temperature, one magical herb, or one ancient routine that solved everything. It was a whole way of living. That is what makes it so powerful. The Vikings did not separate sleep from the rest of life. They did not treat it like a problem to be fixed at the end of a badly designed day. Sleep was woven into everything. Work, food, weather, family, fire, animals, faith, fear, love, and season. By the time night arrived, the body had already been guided toward rest for hours. A Viking day made the body tired in the right way. A Viking evening slowed the mind. A Viking household made the sleeper feel surrounded. A Viking longhouse made warmth and darkness possible. A Viking dream gave the night meaning. And when all those things came together, sleep did not need to be chased. It came. Of course, their world was not easy. It would be foolish to pretend that every Viking slept peacefully every night. There was cold. There was smoke. There was pain. There were injuries, illness, hunger, storms, fear, grief, and danger. Some nights were broken by crying children, restless animals, coughing elders, bad dreams, or the need to stand watch. Some beds were rough, some blankets were thin, some houses were drafty, some winters were merciless. But even with all of that, the structure of their nights carried a kind of wisdom. They respected darkness. That may be the first and simplest lesson. For them, darkness was not an error. It was not something to erase with lamps and screens. It was a natural force, a signal, a covering, a boundary between the labor of day and the restoration of night. When the sun disappeared, life changed shape. Voices lowered. Firelight replaced daylight. The body understood that the active part of the day was ending. Modern nights often do the opposite. We stretch daylight artificially. We flood rooms with bright bulbs. We stare into glowing screens. We keep the nervous system alert long after the body wants to power down. Then we wonder why sleep feels distant. The Vikings had no such problem from technology. Their light at night was warm, weak, and alive. Firelight flickered. Oil lamps glowed softly. Embers dimmed on their own. The light itself taught the body how to descend. They also respected cold, not dangerous exposure, not suffering for no reason, but the useful contrast between cool air and warm bedding. A Viking sleeper often breathed cold night air, while the body stayed wrapped in wool, fur, and shared heat. That contrast helped create a powerful sleep environment. Crisp around the face, warm around the core, heavy over the limbs. Modern people often chase perfect thermal comfort, sealing rooms, overheating bedrooms, and sleeping on materials that trap heat badly. Viking bedding was rougher, but smarter in some ways. Wool breathed, fur insulated, feathers softened. Straw or moss lifted the body away from the cold surface below. Everything had a purpose. Their comfort came from materials that understood the body. Wool did not just cover, it protected. Fur did not just decorate, it trapped heat. A cloak did not just signal status, it could become a blanket, a shield from wind, or a sleeping wrap on a ship. A bed was not just furniture, it was survival craft. And then there was weight. Heavy bedding can calm the body. The Vikings may not have described it scientifically, but they felt it. Thick wool and layered hides pressed the sleeper down, giving the body a sense of being held. In a world filled with uncertainty, that physical pressure mattered. The blanket became a boundary. Under it, you were warm, contained, and safe. But perhaps the greatest difference was that Viking sleep was rarely lonely. The longhouse gathered people together. Children slept close to adults. Elders slept near the fire. Partners shared warmth. Workers, guests, relatives, and animals all occupied the same living world. It was crowded, yes. It could be noisy. It could smell intensely of smoke, wool, food, and livestock. But it was also full of signals of life. A person sleeping there was not isolated. They heard breathing. They heard the fire. They heard animals settling. They heard the wind outside and knew the walls were holding. They felt the presence of the group. That matters more than modern culture often admits. The body sleeps more easily when it feels protected. In a Viking longhouse, safety was not an abstract idea. It had sound, warmth, smell, and weight. It was the dog by the door, the barred entrance, the old person near the hearth, the child tucked between adults, the hand under the blanket, the fire that had not gone out. Sleep was communal defense. And because sleep was shared, it was also flexible. If someone woke in the night, they were not necessarily alone with their thoughts. The midnight gap gave the night a breathing space. A person might rise, sit by the fire, speak softly, remember a dream, tend the coals, or simply wait for the second sleep to return. There was less panic around broken sleep, because broken sleep could still belong to the rhythm of the night. This may be one of the most useful lessons for the modern world. Waking at night does not always mean failure. Sometimes the body surfaces. Sometimes the mind needs a quiet hour. Sometimes sleep comes in two waves. The Vikings lived in a world where that was allowed. They did not have to obey the modern idea that a good night must be one perfect, sealed block of unconsciousness. Their nights had structure, but not rigidity. Sleep could bend around watches, storms, seasons, infants, dreams, animals, and work. That flexibility made sleep more human. The seasons shaped everything too. Winter invited longer sleep, deeper rest, and energy conservation. Summer invited shorter, lighter, more scattered sleep. Because the world was bright and work demanded motion. Spring and autumn adjusted the body again. Viking sleep was seasonal, not standardized. Today, many people expect their bodies to behave the same in every month, every climate, every workload, every emotional state. The Viking rhythm suggests something gentler. The body changes because the world changes. Some nights are deep. Some nights are light. Some seasons require more rest. Some days leave the body too charged. Some dreams wake you. Some storms keep you listening. This does not mean sleep should be ignored. It means sleep should be understood as part of a living system. The Vikings also gave dreams a place of honor. They did not always dismiss them as meaningless mental noise. Dreams could be warnings, visits, symbols, memories, messages, or emotional truths. Even when interpreted through myth and belief, this gave the sleeping mind dignity. A dream could be told, a dream could be remembered, a dream could matter. Modern people often forget dreams instantly, or treat them as strange leftovers. But there is value in waking and asking, what did my mind show me? Not because every dream is prophecy, but because dreams reveal something about the inner world. The Vikings understood that sleep was not only biological, it was psychological, social, spiritual, even political in some cases, because dreams in sagas could shape decisions, journeys, battles, and family choices. To sleep was to enter mystery, and mystery was not something they were embarrassed by. They also understood that rest and strength belonged together. A warrior who never slept would not survive. A farmer who never rested could not harvest. A sailor without sleep could miss rocks, storms, or enemy sails. A mother without rest could not care for children. An elder without warmth could not endure winter. Rest was not laziness. Rest was readiness. That is perhaps the strongest, final lesson. The Vikings are remembered for movement. Ships cutting through grey water, warriors landing on foreign shores, traders crossing seas, settlers building farms, explorers pushing into unknown places. But none of that happens without nights of recovery. Strength is not only what a body does while awake. Strength is also what the body repairs while asleep. The Viking longhouse was not just a shelter from weather. It was a recovery chamber, a place where the exhausted body returned to itself, where the mind crossed into dreams, where the household gathered its warmth back together, where the next day was quietly prepared before it began. Now imagine bringing even a small part of that wisdom into a modern night. Not the smoke-filled rafters, not the fear of spirits at the door, not the roughness, hunger, or danger, but the rhythm. Let evening become darker. Let light grow softer. Let the room cool slightly. Let the bedding feel warm and grounding. Let the phone move farther away. Let the body be tired from real movement, not only mental strain. Let a pet curl nearby if that makes the room feel safer. Let a dream stay with you for a minute in the morning. Let a nighttime waking be calm instead of catastrophic. Let sleep be treated not as a performance, but as a return. The Vikings did not sleep perfectly. No humans ever have. But they built nights with meaning. That is what we can still learn from them. A good night is not only made by softness, it is made by safety. A good bed is not only a mattress, it is the feeling that the world can wait. A good sleep is not only silence, it is the body believing it can let go. So now the journey begins to close. The Viking longhouse fades into the distance, the roof beams darkened by smoke, the central hearth glowing low, the animal warmth in the corner, the old stories clinging to the walls, the child dreaming under wool, the elder near the fire, the dog at the threshold, the moon moving slowly above the thatch. Outside, snow presses against the walls. Inside, everything breathes. The fire does not roar anymore. It only glows. But that is enough. The whole house is held together by small things. One ember, one blanket, one shared breath, one sleeping animal, one hand reaching through the dark, one story remembered, one dream carried into morning. And maybe that is what the Vikings understood better than we do. Sleep does not need to be perfect to be sacred. It only needs to hold you. You are back in your own room now. No longhouse, no fjord wind, no frozen field beyond the door, no carved beams above your head, no goat snoring beside the wall. Maybe there is only a fan, a blanket, a lamp, and the distant noise of the modern world outside. But the old rhythm can still reach you. Turn down the light. Let the day end. Let the body remember that darkness is not the enemy. Let the blanket become a shield. Let the room become a shelter. Let the mind wander without chasing every thought. If you wake in the night, breathe. The Vikings would have understood that hour. They might have called it a watch, a pause, a dream door, a moment to listen to the fire. You do not have to fear it immediately. You can let it pass through you. And when sleep returns, follow it. Somewhere in the deep memory of human life, there is a longhouse still burning, a winter hall, a shared room, a warm animal nearby, a story fading into silence, a moonlit roof, a body finally safe enough to rest. That is the old lesson. Rest is not weakness. Rest is preparation. Rest is protection. Rest is how the body forgives the day. And in the end, even the strongest warriors had to close their eyes. Even the boldest sailors had to sleep beneath the stars. Even the fiercest fighters needed warmth, silence, dreams, and the steady breath of others nearby. A good night's sleep was their shield. And maybe, tonight, it can be yours too.